Chapter 106. Zhang Feng was sent flying 8 to 9 meters away, crashing heavily into a pile of rubble. He let out a blood-curdling scream on the spot, a few of the protruding rubble almost breaking his ribs. If it wasn't for his physique far exceeding that of a normal person, his bones would most likely have been broken. A clear bloody palm print appeared on his face, red and swollen. He struggled to get up, his eyes cold as he glared at Yifan, saying, "You, as a divine bridge realm cultivator, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Being sent flying by a mortal, and being seen by so many people, he wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. So what if you're a divine bridge realm cultivator? You were still smacked down by a mortal like me. There's nothing special about you." Yifan had a faint smile on his face as he spoke, rubbing his palms, mocking mercilessly. "You're also a bit different. Your skin is especially thick. Even my palms hurt. Doesn't your face hurt?" This kind of naked humiliation made Zhang Feng's lungs almost explode from anger, feeling extremely sullen. Divine bridge realm cultivators were high above, and to mortals they were like gods above the clouds. He couldn't accept what happened today. It was practically a lifetime of humiliation. He said coldly, "You're courting death." At the side, all the cultivators almost couldn't believe their eyes. Even if their godly power source was exhausted, and they couldn't use mystical abilities or secret arts, divine bridge realm cultivators were still not something mortals could shake. Zhou Yi and Wang Ziwen looked at each other, feeling that this was a bit unreal. Yifan, who didn't know the method of cultivation, had actually slapped away a cultivator who was high above them like a fly. It really shocked and puzzled them. Lin Jia's beautiful eyes were also wide open, filled with shock, looking like she couldn't believe it. Lu Yi and Zhang Xiling were dumbfounded, then revealed anxious and worried expressions, very worried for Yifan. With so many knights present, they didn't think that Yifan could escape. Li Xiaoman was in a daze, feeling that everything was a bit unbelievable. Looking at the divine bridge realm cultivator, and then at Yifan who was not far away, she found it hard to calm down. Thump, thump, thump. The ground trembled. Even though Zhang Feng couldn't use any divine arts, his physical body was still extremely strong. He was like a humanoid beast as he closed in, his eyes shooting out terrifying beams of light. Yifan looked at the bloody fingerprints on his face and smiled brilliantly. "Expert, are you looking down on me? Can't you be a little more superior, a little more arrogant, and then fiercely smash the other half of your face into my palm? Go to hell." Zhang Feng's killing intent was revealed. He used his right hand to chop fiercely at Yifan's neck, while his left hand formed a dragon claw and grabbed at Yifan's chest, wanting to tear it apart. As expected of an expert, against a mortal like me, every move is fatal. The corner of Yifan's mouth curled up in a mocking smile. His hands stretched forward and in an instant, firmly grasped the palm blade and the dragon claw. With a forceful twist, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Zhang Feng's expression was miserable. The pain caused him to break out in a cold sweat. Bang, bang, bang. The feet of the two also quickly collided a few times, giving off dull sounds. Zhang Feng was astonished. He felt that both of his knees were broken and could no longer stand. With a putong sound, he knelt on the ground. This was an unbearable feeling of defeat. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. A cultivator of the divine bridge realm actually didn't have the physique of a mortal. He found it hard to believe. A man's knees are worth gold. You kneeling before me like this really makes me feel ashamed. You better get up. Yifan took a step back and fiercely waved his palm, heavily slapping the other side of his face and leaving a clear bloody fingerprint. Zhang Feng spat out a string of blood from his mouth and instantly flipped backwards. He once again fell into a pile of rubble and could no longer stand up. He gritted his teeth and stared angrily at Yifan, saying, "Little bastard. Do you think I have humiliated you? What does this count for? 2 years ago, you all wanted to take my life and chased me until there was no road to heaven and no door to hell. What does this little bit of humiliation count for?" Yifan strode forward and said, "It is time to fulfill our promise. When you threatened to kill me, I also made the decision to take your life. 7 to 8 tall figures quickly rushed forward and blocked Yifan's path. Just now, there were people who wanted to make a move, but they were stopped by Zhang Hanzhong. He wanted to see how strong Yifan's physique was. Yifan didn't retreat and continued forward. When the first person made a move against him, he dodged like a bolt of lightning and stretched out his hand. With a kacha sound, he broke that person's wrist and snatched that snow-white long sword. He slashed with the back of his hand and the sword light swept out. With a piu sound, blood splattered and a head instantly rolled off. Those who block me shall die. Yifan held his sword and swept his gaze over everyone. He strode forward, his eyes incomparably sharp. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several figures surrounded him. Some were holding spears and some were holding sharp swords. All of them attacked Yifan together. Clang, clang, clang. Yifan was as fast as a meteor and possessed the power of a flood dragon. The sharp sword in his hand flickered with a dazzling brilliance and knocked away all the weapons in the hands of others. The long sword slashed vertically and with a piu sound, a horseman was chopped into 2 halves. Blood flowed freely. Chi! With a backhand slash, the sharp sword that was dripping with blood quickly slashed backward and cut off a cultivator's head on the spot. His head flew out for more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. The headless corpse spurted out blood and heavily fell into the dust. Who dares to stop me? Yifan swept his gaze over those people and quickly took a few steps forward. The divine sword that was dripping with blood slashed diagonally and the charging cultivator was immediately cut in half at the shoulder. With a piu sound, he fell into a pool of blood. Everyone's expressions froze. Yifan's physical body was just too tyrannical, his strength ferocious. That long sword that was dripping with blood seemed to weigh more than 10,000 jin in his hands. Impossible to move at all. Simply didn't seem like a sword, but more like a mountain. Bang! Yifan's sword shook and directly shattered the cultivator in front of him. The powerful force directly destroyed the body of the horseman. His body was torn into pieces and blood splattered everywhere. He took a step into the pile of rocks and slashed forward with his sword. Dang! The elder of the Jiang clan, Zhang Hanzhong, personally made a move and used a spear to knock away the sharp sword in Yifan's hand. He grabbed Zhang Feng and retreated for more than 10 meters. Yifan's heart trembled. This old man was very terrifying. Even though he could not use any divine arts, the strength of his physical body was not any weaker than Yifan's. This was truly shocking. One had to know that Yifan had eaten the holy fruit and reached the life spring realm. The medicinal effects gradually spread out and his physical body became extremely powerful. Who would have thought? Zhang Hanzhong's expression was cold as he stared at Yifan and said, "A mortal can actually become this powerful after eating the holy medicine. The holy medicine is indeed worthy of its name. No wonder it has been circulating in the Eastern Baron since ancient times. You guys also came from the mortal world. The moment you open your mouth, you talk about how mortals are, and the moment you close your mouth, you are full of contempt. Do you really think you are gods?" Yifan walked forward in large strides. The divine sword in his hand was dripping with blood as it dragged on the ground. He stared at the elder of the Jiang clan and said, "You guys see me as an ant and want me to go die to pick the divine medicine for you. Do you really think you can control everything in this world?" Very good. A strange light shot out from Zhang Hanzhong's eyes. He was not angry at all. Instead, he revealed a faint smile and said, "The stronger your physical body is, the more medicinal effects you have absorbed. You should be able to block the power of the ancient abyss curse. Picking the divine medicine is equivalent to having a higher chance of success. You think you can control me? You are too arrogant." Yifan pounced forward with lightning speed. Zhang Hanzhong flicked his hand and threw Zhang Feng away. The other cultivators caught Zhang Feng. Holding the long spear, he pierced towards Yifan fiercely, as if he wanted to shatter the void. The tip of the spear exploded with a bright light. Clang! Yifan blocked with the long sword in his hand. An ear-piercing sound of metal rang out. It was as if 2 iron mountains had collided together, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. The long sword was like a rainbow, Yi Fan slashed horizontally and vertically. It was as if he was swinging a huge mountain with an unstoppable force. The long spear in Zhang Hanzhong's hand seemed to be able to fling away mountains. It was vigorous and violent, like a bolt of lightning, wreaking havoc in the void. Shua! Suddenly, Yi Fan was like a bolt of lightning. He rushed out and directly pounced into the crowd. His target was Zhang Feng. Several knights tried to stop him. All of them felt very sullen. They had divine arts but could not use them. They could only use the most ancient combat arts to fight. They felt that if they could use divine arts, they would be able to turn Yi Fan into ashes with a raise of their hand. Pooh! Yi Fan was incomparably cold. His divine sword was like lightning, directly beheading a cultivator. Pooh! The long sword shone with cold light. Yi Fan chopped down, cutting another cultivator in half. Pooh! The sharp sword dripped with blood. It pierced through a cultivator's heart, causing blood to spurt out. Yi Fan's method was simple and direct. As long as he blocked, he would kill anyone. Blood splattered everywhere. No one could resist. Bang! He grabbed Zhang Feng and rushed out of the crowd like a wisp of smoke. Zhang Hanzhong's long spear pierced through his afterimage and struck the void. It didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Today I will collect the debt from 2 years ago. After Yi Fan finished speaking, with a kacha sound, he very straightforwardly twisted Zhang Feng's neck and threw him to the ground. Zhang Feng died with everlasting regret. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth and his eyes were wide open. A dignified divine bridge realm cultivator was actually killed by a mortal twisting his neck. He stopped breathing with humiliation and despair. Li Xiaoman, Zhou Linjia, and the others were all incomparably shocked. They never thought that Yi Fan would be so powerful. They all revealed expressions of astonishment. At this moment, Yaoguang Holy Land's old knight Su Daoling, Ji Clan's elder Ji Yunfeng, and Zhang Clan's elder Zhang Hanzhong pressed forward at the same time, blocking him in the middle. Yi Fan was very calm. His divine spring continued to gush and didn't dry up. With such a trump card, he didn't fear anyone. Ji Clan's elder Ji Yunfeng's voice was cold as he said, "Such a powerful physique is truly rare. It is truly a pity to kill him like this. Go up the mountain. If you can pluck the divine medicine, I will leave your corpse intact and let you die a happy death. There is nothing to feel pity about. Destroy his consciousness and leave his physical body behind. Can still be used." Zhang Hanzhong's lips curled into a cold smile. Yaoguang Holy Land's elder Su Daoling shook his head and said, "What a pity that the divine medicine was wasted by him. If we consumed it, our strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds." "Do you really think you can kill me?" Yi Fan sneered. Zhang Hanzhong took out a brocade box and said indifferently, "Actually, killing you doesn't require much effort at all. I can easily turn you into ashes." Yi Fan's heart instantly jumped. He felt a dangerous aura. That box was extremely unusual. He secretly rejoiced that he didn't rashly use his trump card. That would be his final trump card. "All right, you guys help me clear away those white skeletons, and I will go up the mountain to pluck the divine medicine for you." Yi Fan's thoughts spun like lightning. He wanted to borrow the power of these people to help him clear away the dangers on the mountain and use them to pluck the divine medicine. Chapter 107. The 9 sacred mountains were majestic and heavy. Ancient trees towered into the sky and strange rocks rose abruptly. Could be called a magnificent sight. At the foot of the mountain, Yi Fan looked at Zhang Hanzhong and said, "I only have one condition. Let all 6 of them go." Here he pointed at Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, Lin Jia, and the others. Lu Yi and Zhang Xiling revealed anxious and worried expressions. They signaled Yi Fan to leave as soon as possible. But they couldn't express it with words because they were surrounded by knights. Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, and Wang Ziwen didn't expect that Yi Fan would first think of sending them away at this moment. Li Xiaoman was also startled. She stared at Yi Fan, who was not far away. "They can't help at all. There's no point in staying." Yi Fan stared at Zhang Hanzhong and said, "You just want to use them to test the skeletons on the mountain. There's no need to sacrifice innocent people. You are indeed loyal. Unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications to negotiate with us. Zhang Hanzhong indifferently glanced at the people not far away. He didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't plan to let them go. Not far away, Zhou Yi, Li Xiaoman, and the others all changed their expressions. They could naturally guess what the Zhang elder was thinking. He would definitely kill them and not let them leave alive. Yifan picked up a mountain rock that weighed more than 10 kilograms. He weighed it in his hand a few times. Then he swung his arm and threw it towards the mountain. It was hard to imagine how strong he was. The mountain rock drew a beautiful trajectory and directly rushed from the foot of the mountain to the summit. It heavily smashed into the pile of skeletons. "What are you doing?" Ji Yunfeng, the elder of the Ji family, was enraged. "Don't you want to test the skeletons on the sacred mountain? I'll do it for you. There's no need for living people to go up." Su Daoling, the elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land, immediately darkened his face and said, "Who allowed you to act rashly?" Zhang Hanzhong also revealed his killing intent. He held the brocade box in his hand. Specks of light flickered on it. It seemed to be made of wood but not wood. It seemed to be made of jade but not jade. It was not gorgeous. It was overflowing with an ancient aura. There was no terrifying energy fluctuation, but it gave people an extremely dangerous feeling. Yifan had the illusion that it was like a world and not a box. It seemed to be able to contain everything, including the mountains, rivers, and earth. Boom! At this moment, a violent tremor came from the sacred mountain. It was as if some huge monster had been angered. Countless rocks tumbled down, breaking many trees. "The bones are going down the mountain." Many knights cried out in alarm. They saw countless white bones crawling down from the sacred mountain. Their speed wasn't very fast. The vast expanse of whiteness made people's scalps go numb. "Look what you've done." Zhang Hanzhong was furious. He glared at Yifan with undisguised killing intent. "You'll get the same result if you send someone up. Hurry up and make a decision. What do you want to do? Do you want to continue harvesting the divine medicine?" Su Daoling, the elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land, had an ugly expression. Ji Yunfeng, the elder of the Ji clan, had a solemn expression. He said, "There's no need to hide anymore. Take out all of our forbidden treasures and force our way forward. We must climb up the sacred mountain and harvest the divine medicine." The Zhang family's elder's face was pale. He glared at Yifan and said while holding the box in his hand, "This forbidden artifact can let my divine power spring flow 9 times and recover my cultivation instantly. I have 9 chances to attack." Yifan was startled after hearing this. He sighed in his heart. This old man could actually use divine abilities. If he had really risked his life just now, he would have died without a doubt. A strange stone the size of a fist appeared in the hand of the Zhang clan's elder. It was completely black, and there were countless patterns carved on it. It had a natural rhythm to it. This is a forbidden treasure personally refined by a supreme elder of the Ji clan. It is imprinted with countless patterns and can temporarily condense the power of the heavens. It will allow me to attack 9 times. Yifan was shocked. The clan of the ancients had such a profound foundation that they could use such a treasure to temporarily recover their divine energy in the forbidden area. The elder of the Yaoguang sacred land held a green jade leaf the size of a palm. It was also full of mysterious and complicated patterns. They were very smooth, just like the natural texture of a leaf. In order to come to the forbidden area to harvest the divine medicine, a supreme elder of the Yaoguang sacred land personally refined this treasure. It will allow me to attack 3 times. Zhang Hanzhong did not believe it at all. He sneered and said, "Impossible. The Yaoguang sacred land is not weaker than the clan of the ancients. How could they be so careless and use such a defective forbidden treasure to enter the forbidden area?" The elder of the Ji clan also looked cold. He said, "Brother Su, there's no need to hide now. Although I only have 3 chances to attack, this forbidden treasure contains the divine energy of a supreme elder of the Yaoguang sacred land. Can be used twice." When Zhang Hanzhong and Ji Yunfeng heard this, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This dark green leaf could be called a precious treasure. The three elders gathered together and had a short discussion. Yi Fan listened on the side and understood that the so-called forbidden treasure was a great treasure specially refined for entering the forbidden area. These sacred lands and the clan of the ancients were powerful and had profound foundation. He could not help but ask, "Why don't you prepare more forbidden treasures? What do mortals like you know?" Zhang Hanzhong's expression was not very good. He had the urge to kill. Because of Yi Fan's reckless actions, the bones on the sacred mountain were all climbing down. Su Dowling glanced at him and said, "To refine such a forbidden treasure, the materials needed are unimaginable. It can definitely be refined into a powerful, great treasure. There's no time to waste. Let's go now." The elder of the Ji clan, Ji Yunfeng, urged. Yi Fan was forced to walk at the front. The three elders followed closely behind him. Behind them were the cultivators and Li Xiaoman's group. The sacred mountain was lush with vegetation and strange rocks. Could be considered beautiful, but no one would pay attention to these things. In this life and death situation, everyone was sweating profusely. Just when they were halfway up the mountain and still far from the peak, they felt an evil aura. All the wild beasts roared. "I'm getting old," a rider shouted in fear. At this moment, many people aged as if they had gone through 10 years of time. Many middle-aged people had white hair on their temples. "If we go any further, we will die," someone shouted. Many people were shaken. "What are you panicking for?" Zhang Hanzhong turned around and shouted, "If we succeed, all of you will have a great fortune." At this moment, Yi Fan's appearance did not change. The three elders also did not show any signs of abnormality. The forbidden treasures in their hands emitted a strange aura to protect them. Other than that, Zhou Yi, Lui, Wang Ziwen, and Li Xiaoman, who were at the back, also did not show any changes. Why are they not affected? Zhang Hanzhong's eyes were filled with surprise. Yi Fan immediately thought of many things. That day when they appeared at the peak of the sacred mountain, nothing terrible happened. It was only when they walked out of the forbidden area that many people began to age. Could it be related to the 9 dragons pulling the coffin? Below, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and the others were also discussing in low voices. It's most likely related to the 9 dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin. Perhaps in the process of crossing the star field, our bodies were contaminated with their aura. The evil in the abyss can't do anything to the bronze coffin. Didn't we see with our own eyes a creature bound by iron chains roaring angrily in the middle of the night? The youngest rider in the group could not bear the loss of his youth. He shouted in fear, "Elder, we can't go any further." "Useless thing, what's the use of keeping you?" Zhang Hanzhong held the spear in one hand and pierced through him. Blood splattered everywhere as he was flung dozens of meters away and fell heavily to the ground. The others kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say anything. Through the luxuriant vegetation, they could already vaguely see the peak of the mountain. And it was also at this time that the skeletons on the mountain arrived in front of them and were about to collide with them. "Elder, quickly use the forbidden weapon, or else we won't be able to hold on." At this moment, everyone had aged a few years again. Some of the savage beasts were already weak. The mountain was covered in snow and countless skeletons. All the skeletons were crawling, making people's scalps go numb. A demonic aura blew down along with the mountain wind, causing many people to let out miserable screams. Something horrifying happened. Many of the riders' flesh and blood began to wither. Many of them aged 20 years in an instant. There was now a group of white-haired old people at the scene. "I'll make the first move." Ji Yunfeng took out the strange black stone and held it in his palm. In an instant, black light spread out. Boom! An extremely powerful and terrifying fluctuation spread out from Ji Yunfeng's body. It was as vast and unfathomable as the ocean, rolling out in all directions. This was his true strength. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The Ji clan's elder was too powerful. He felt that he was like a duckweed while the other party was like a vast ocean. There was no way to compare them. Is this his true strength? If they met under normal circumstances, Yi Fan would undoubtedly die. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. The difference in strength was too great. A casual attack from the other party was enough to turn him into dust. A Heaven Luo umbrella rushed out from Ji Yunfeng's body, stirring up gusts of violent wind. The trees and rocks were shaken into ashes. The densely packed white bones in front of him were also turned into dust in an instant. "Quickly charge up," Ji Yunfeng shouted. He rushed to the front. The Heaven Luo umbrella shook violently, opening up 100 meters of pure land. All the white bones were crushed and blown far away by the astral wind. With a flash of light, the Heaven Luo umbrella flew back. Ji Yunfeng's body trembled. His divine power source had dried up. The strange black stone in his hand had an additional crack, indicating that he had already used up one chance. He could still attack 8 more times. "Hurry up!" Zhang Hanzhong and Su Daoling both shouted. Time was too tight. They had to seize the opportunity and advance quickly. Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Li Xiaoman, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Lin Jia took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and quickly rushed down the mountain. Several white-haired knights were no longer agile and could not stop them. "Yi Fan!" Lu Yi and Zhang Xiling shouted towards the top of the mountain. "Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me." Yi Fan saw the two hesitating and bellowed down. Zhang Xiling clenched his teeth and suddenly turned around. He pulled Lu Yi's hand and left without looking back. Several white-haired knights hurled their spears, which almost pierced through the two of them. The spears brushed past them and stuck into the ground, trembling. "I'll chase after them." Some knights were about to ride their beasts down the mountain. Zhang Hanzhong shouted, "Don't pay attention to them. Hurry up and rush up the mountain. We can't waste this opportunity created by using the divine power source." At this point, his eyes emitted 2 sharp rays of light. He stared at Yi Fan and said, "You better behave yourself. If you dare to try to escape, I'll turn you into ashes immediately." At this moment, Li Xiaoman was at the forefront, closely followed by Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Lin Jia. The 4 of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. Soon after, Zhang Xiling and Lu Yi also disappeared into the forest, disappearing without a trace. They grasped this rare opportunity. It was impossible for the people on the mountain to pursue them at this critical moment. The 6 of them finally broke free from the control and escaped down the mountain. Ji family's elder Ji Yunfeng sneered, "It's not that easy to survive. The moment you walk out of the forbidden zone, almost everyone will die of old age and turn into ashes." White bones were everywhere on the mountain. Countless skeletons struggled to climb down the mountain. This time it was Zhang Hanzhong's turn. He held the brocade box in his palm and a terrifying aura instantly filled the air. The energy fluctuation he emitted was extremely frightening. It was as if a million mountains were pressing down at the same time, causing people's hearts to tremble. Yi Fan felt a chill from head to toe. To him, existences of this level were like gods in the clouds. They were difficult to fathom and simply couldn't be measured. Just like this, Zhang Hanzhong, Ji Yunfeng, and Su Daoling took turns to attack. Finally, they approached the peak of the sacred mountain. They were less than 200 meters away from the summit. At this time, miserable screams came from behind. People fell down one after another. After approaching the summit, many knights' life force rapidly disappeared. Many of them died of old age. "This won't do. We can't hold on any longer." At this moment, although Zhang Hanzhong, Ji Yunfeng, and Su Daoling had the forbidden weapons in their hands, their appearances had already aged a lot. Their bodies were a little crooked. "If this continues, we will die for sure. We won't be able to approach the summit. Retreat, all of you retreat." Su Daoling shouted, making those knights retreat. The original plan couldn't be carried out anymore. The people they brought with them couldn't be of any use at all. Zhang Hanzhong stared coldly at Yi Fan. He held the brocade box in his hand, and his whole body shone with divine light. A vast ocean-like power surged out and imprisoned Yi Fan in an instant. Afterward, he took out a sealed jade bottle and broke the restriction on the spot. A black light instantly entered Yi Fan's body. "Puppet brand?" Ji Yunfeng asked. "That's right. I'm not at ease with this brat. If he destroys the divine medicine after reaching the summit, or if he swallows it himself regardless of everything, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? Jiang Hanzhong patted Yi Fan and said, "Let's go." Then he turned to the other two and said, "Now we will cooperate with him with all our strength and send him to the summit. We must pick the divine medicine." "Okay." Su Daoling nodded. Ji Yunfeng said, "We can still attack 9 times in total. We can take the risk of being annihilated and advance another 100 meters. We should be able to sweep away all the dried bones and send him to the summit." The closer they got to the summit, the denser the demonic aura became. Even though the white bones had been cleared, the 3 elders were still aging rapidly. Even Yi Fan couldn't resist it and turned from a teenager to a young man. At this moment, several hundred ancient characters were vibrating in Yi Fan's heart. They reverberated like a great bell, shattering the black light that rushed into his mind and thoroughly expelling it. The puppet brand didn't have any effect on him at all. Yi Fan was drenched in cold sweat. He was almost crippled at the last moment. The Jiang family's elders were too sinister. There were no signs at all. At that time, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist at all. Now, he pretended to be controlled and listened to the 3 people's words. He walked with large strides toward the summit. "Take this with you." Su Daoling tossed over a pristine jade bottle and said, "This bottle can hold a large mountain and has its own space inside. After picking the divine medicine, use it to collect the divine spring." When they were still several dozen meters away from the summit, the 3 elders cleared away all the dried bones and stopped. They didn't dare to take another step forward. At this point, they were in danger of being annihilated at any time and had long since aged beyond recognition. Yi Fan could feel his life slipping away. By the time he reached the top of the mountain, his hair was as white as snow, and he looked incredibly old. At this moment, his expression stiffened. There was a peerless beauty standing quietly on the sacred mountain. At this moment, she suddenly turned around and looked at him. Chapter 108. The woman had bright eyes, white teeth, and a slender neck. She looked like a lotus out of the water. She stood on the cliff, and if she took another step, she would fall into the endless abyss. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like an otherworldly fairy who would ride the wind. Yi Fan could not find a single flaw on her. The woman was so beautiful that she did not look like a real person at all. She gave off a dreamy feeling. She had the wisdom of heaven and earth, transcending the vulgarity of the mortal world. Her skin was like ice, and her bones were like jade. She was almost perfect. Among all the women he had seen, only one could compare to her in terms of appearance. That was the perfect woman he met in front of the tomb of the Monster King. How can there be such a beautiful woman in such a dangerous place? Yi Fan was alarmed and took a few steps back. He had the sacred body of the ancients and his body had aged. However, the woman in front of him did not change at all. She was not affected by the forbidden ancient place at all. It was hard to imagine where she came from. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pick the medicine." Jiang Hanzhong shouted from below. The 3 people below could see Yi Fan at the edge of the mountain, but they could not see the woman who was close to the cliff. On the cliff, a demonic aura was surging. The woman, who looked like she had walked out of a painting, walked gracefully toward Yi Fan. "Oh no!" Yi Fan felt his body aging a little faster. A mysterious aura hit him in the face, and he quickly retreated down the mountain. The woman was not simple. To be exact, she was terrifying. She had the unique power of the ancient abyss, which made it difficult for Yi Fan to bear. If it were not for the golden sea of bitterness that had not dried up, he would have died of old age and turned into ashes. She can't be the legendary desolation, right? Yi Fan was shocked. He had long heard that there was an unknown thing under the ancient abyss. He did not know whether it was a creature or some kind of power, but it was called desolation. Thinking of this, Yi Fan quickly retreated down the mountain. He wanted to leave this peerless beauty for Jiang Hanzhong and the others to deal with. "Why did you come back?" Jiang Hanzhong shouted. "Not good. Why is there another girl?" Ji Yunfeng's expression abruptly changed. He saw the white-clothed woman first, and he immediately felt his life flow away a little faster. That is, Su Daoling, the elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land, seemed to have found something incredible. He showed an extremely shocked expression and took a few steps back. His face was extremely pale and full of fear. Seeing him like this, Jiang Hanzhong and Ji Yunfeng were shocked. They quickly retreated with him and asked, "What's wrong? What's the background of that woman? It's unbelievable, too unbelievable." Su Daoling, the elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land, said with a pale face, "I've seen her portrait before." Ji Yunfeng whispered, "Is her portrait very special? I've never seen such a beautiful woman before." "That portrait is an antique from 6,000 years ago." When Jiang Hanzhong and Ji Yunfeng heard this, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. A person from 6,000 years ago was really shocking. Even in their powerful clans, there didn't seem to be anyone who had lived for so long. "She's not a living person," Su Daoling said with a pale face. "What?" Ji Yunfeng and Jiang Hanzhong's expressions changed as they instantly thought of something. 6,000 years ago, she was known as the first saintess of the Eastern Barren Territory. She was flawless and flawless. In ancient history, several famous figures in the Eastern Barren Territory used to follow her. When Su Daoling said this, Ji Yunfeng and Jiang Hanzhong gradually guessed the identity of the woman on the mountain peak. They said at the same time in a trembling voice, 6,000 years ago, that extremely prosperous celestial sect was destroyed here. Which sect was she from? Yes, she was the heavenly jade saintess from 6,000 years ago. When Su Daoling said this, he felt a headache coming on. He had never thought that he would meet a figure from ancient history. In the past, the Holy Land that was destroyed here was called Heavenly Jade. Just like the Yaoguang Holy Land, it was named after one of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. In our Yaoguang Holy Land, an important figure once felt sad for her. He left her portrait in our ancient vault. Yifan's divine spring of life hadn't dried up yet, so his spiritual senses were still sharp. He heard their words clearly and was extremely shocked. This perfect woman was the former first saintess of the Eastern Barren Territory. She came from that destroyed celestial sect and was from the same sect as Crazy Ol. Crazy Ol was in a daze. He had once gazed at the forbidden ancient barren territory for an entire night. If he saw the undying body of the saintess, who knew what he would think? She died 6,000 years ago. Now that she has appeared again, there is only one possibility. She might have become a desolate slave, Jiang Hanzhong said. In the distant past, several peerless figures entered the forbidden ancient barren territory in their later years and ventured into the endless abyss alone. In the end, they all became desolate slaves. Only peerless figures can become desolate slaves. Although she died 6,000 years ago, I'm afraid she is still very terrifying. Ji Yunfeng said in a low voice, "What should we do? Are we going to retreat? I feel that the flame of life will be extinguished at any moment. She has an extremely dense, desolate aura. I'm afraid we can't leave anymore." Su Daoling broke out in a cold sweat. That peerless beauty was like a ghost. She floated down silently, passing by Yifan and flying towards the 3 of them. Yifan groaned inwardly. He felt that they might die here. Now that he thought about it, the first time he appeared on the holy mountain, it could be said that everything had been smooth sailing. There had been no danger, and he had easily picked the holy herb. I understand now. Everything happened because the 9 dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin fell from the sky. They intimidated the desolate slaves in the endless abyss, so they did not dare to appear. Let's do it. At this moment, Jiang Hanzhong made his move. He held the brocade box in his hand, and his body shone brightly. A purple bronze mirror rushed out of his body. The back of the mirror was engraved with the 8 trigrams, and the front of the mirror was like a full moon, shining with dazzling light. A huge beam of light as thick as a house shot towards the heavenly jade saintess. The entire peak of the holy mountain shook. The beam of light was like the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens. It made people feel endless pressure. Yifan was shocked. Jiang Hanzhong's power was as deep as the sea, and he could not see the end. It was something that a life spring realm cultivator like him could not imagine. If such a terrifying beam of light hit him, he would instantly turn into ashes. This should be beyond the nirvana realm. He knew that the human body had other secret realms besides the sea of reincarnation. Chi! Something shocking happened. The beam of light that could make the sun, moon, and stars lose their color turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared in front of the heavenly jade saintess. It did not hurt her at all. Clang! A metallic sound was heard. The 8 trigrams mirror fell to the ground. Jiang Hanzhong's face was pale, and he was on the verge of collapsing. His divine power source had dried up again. Hua! Ji Yunfeng made his move. He held the strange black stone in his hand, and a Tianluo umbrella rushed out of his body. It covered the sky and the sun, and surged toward the saintess. The astral wind blew, and the sun and moon lost their light. Bang! The saintess gently pointed her finger, and the huge umbrella in the sky was pierced on the spot. Its brilliance dimmed, and it fell to the ground. Ji Yunfeng's face was pale without a trace of blood. His aged body was hunched over as he staggered backward and sat on the ground. Brother Su, quickly use your forbidden weapon. Isn't it sealed with the divine power of the Supreme Elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land? It can be used twice, so it should be enough to fight against her. Ji Yunfeng urged anxiously. A palm-sized green leaf appeared in Su Dowling's hand. It looked like a green jade, and it shone with a sparkling luster. It was densely covered with Dao patterns. He held it with both hands, and suddenly, there was endless dazzling divine light that turned into a sky full of green light. In an instant, the entire mountain peak was submerged, including the saintess. This terrifying energy was incomparably vast. It was as if the stars in the sky had turned into green light and fell down, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. This lasted for a full 15 minutes before the green light gradually dissipated. Not far away, Yifan gasped. The saintess did not move a single step. She quietly stood in front of them, and even her white dress did not flutter. She was so terrifying that it was almost demonic. The 3 elders were deathly pale as they exchanged a glance. Then, without prior agreement, they gripped their forbidden items and attacked at the same time, unleashing their most powerful divine abilities. Boundless light filled the air, and divine power flooded the area, completely submerging the heavenly jade holy maiden. However, after the divine abilities were used and the brilliance faded, the saintess was still standing there unscathed. She was not affected in the slightest. Crack! The forbidden weapons in Ji Yunfeng's and Su Dowling's hands were almost broken and could no longer be used. Their faces were gray, and wrinkles piled up. They had aged dozens of years in an instant, and their vitality had almost dried up. Jiang Hanzhong was also extremely old. The brocade box in his hand had 9 cracks. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "I can only use this." The brocade box shattered, and an ancient pagoda appeared in his hand. It was only the size of a palm, and it looked dull and ordinary. However, in just a moment, a terrifying aura shook the area. It was many times more violent than all the energy fluctuations from before. It was like a world of its own, not a small pagoda. It seemed to be able to contain everything, including the mountains and rivers. This is... Su Dowling's murky eyes flickered with a strange light. He said in a trembling voice, "I heard that the Jiang clan has been trying to replicate the Eastern Wasteland's treasure, the ancient desolate tower. Did you succeed?" "How could we succeed? The ancient desolate tower is unique. It coexists with the world and cannot be replicated. This is just one of the few defective replicas." Jiang Hanzhong did not do anything. The replica of the ancient desolate tower soared into the sky on its own. It quickly enlarged and pressed down on the heavenly jade holy girl. "This?" Ji Yunfeng inhaled sharply and said, "Even a replica is so horrifying. It was not sealed in the ancient desolate forbidden land. The true ancient desolate tower is unimaginable." Jiang Hanzhong shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, it only has 1 attack. Hopefully, it can suppress her temporarily and buy us some time." The replica of the ancient desolate tower pressed down in the blink of an eye. The world trembled. The body of the tower was simple and natural, and the Tao flowed around it, condensing the power of the world. The heavenly jade holy girl quickly retreated, not daring to face it head-on. However, the ancient tower followed her like a shadow and suppressed her. Rumble! There was a loud sound, and the sacred mountain trembled. The replica of the ancient desolate tower quickly shrank to the size of a palm and fell to the ground. Good! Su Dowling shouted. The ancient desolate tower truly lives up to its reputation. Even a replica of the ancient desolate tower has such a horrifying might. In the Forbidden Land, it can suppress its enemies without being restricted. Yifan's heart trembled. The accumulations of these ancient desolate noble clans were too deep. They even managed to create a replica of the ancient desolate tower, suppressing a horrifying desolate slave like the heavenly jade holy girl. This shocked him greatly. Quick! Let's leave this place quickly. The ancient desolate tower can only hold her for one attack. Can only suppress her for a moment. Soon, it will collapse on its own. Jiang Hanzhong shouted anxiously. It really is a replica. Ji Yunfeng felt like cold water had been poured on him. What are you standing there for? Quickly go and pick the divine herb. After that, come down the mountain and meet up with us. Su Dowling shouted at Yifan. Damn it! Do you really think you can control me? You! The three elders' expressions changed. They had not expected the puppet imprint to be ineffective. Boom! Just at this moment, the replica ancient desolate tower suddenly collapsed. The heavenly jade holy girl appeared dispirited and listless. It's over. Jiang Hanzhong smiled bitterly. In that instant, his body withered and turned to dust. Following that, Ji Yunfeng and Su Dowling turned to dust as well. It was like they had experienced tens of thousands of years. At the same time, at the foot of the holy mountain, the old knights and the weak savage beasts all withered and turned into white bones. Yifan's mind trembled. His body aged rapidly. The golden sea of bitterness surged into the sky. The divine spring gurgled, releasing a steady stream of life force, preventing him from dying. Is the ancient desolate forbidden land going to be my burial ground? Yifan felt extremely weak. He quickly rushed up the holy mountain. Right now, only the sage herb and the divine spring could save him. Just as he rushed up the mountain peak, he found the heavenly jade holy girl blocking his way. Her white clothes fluttered, and her eyes were like water. She looked ethereal and intelligent, as if she was alive. So the ancient desolate forbidden land is this terrifying. We were just lucky to survive the last time. Yifan wanted to take out his cauldron, but he found that he did not have enough divine power. In the end, he gritted his teeth and took out the golden book. With a flash of golden light, it slashed at the heavenly jade holy girl. Clang! The heavenly jade holy girl gently flicked her finger, and the golden book immediately fell to the ground. She was deeply attracted by the golden paper, and she grabbed it. Then, the heavenly jade holy girl silently approached Yifan, exuding a cold aura. She stretched out a slender hand and reached for Yifan's sea of bitterness. You! Yifan retreated, but he couldn't dodge at all. That jade-like, flawless hand entered his body in an instant. Yifan rapidly aged, and in the blink of an eye, he was all skin and bones. He was almost a skeleton, but at that moment, the heavenly jade holy girl let out an extremely painful scream. The green copper piece in Yifan's sea of bitterness trembled slightly, and she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The golden book fell to the ground, and she was sent flying, falling into the depths of the ancient desolate abyss. The replica of the ancient desolate tower cannot suppress you, but my green copper piece is comparable to the real ancient desolate tower. If you want to touch it, Yifan smiled bitterly. His life force was almost exhausted, and his body was shriveled. His wounds were not bleeding, and he was about to die. But he persisted and he staggered forward. In a trance, he smelled a fragrance that refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind. There were a few strange small trees growing in front of him. He seemed to see a bubbling spring, and then he fell into it with a plop. Chapter 109. In the deepest part of the Forbidden Zone, the 9 sacred mountains were connected together, forming a huge abyss. It was pitch black, and it was hard to see the end of it. At this moment, there was a majestic sacred mountain in the middle. It was quiet, and the vegetation was lush and verdant. In the center of the flat mountain peak, there was a 2-meter square spring. The water was flowing, and sparkling lights were overflowing. It seemed to be formed by the condensation of divine liquid. There was a person lying in this very small spring, but he looked like a withered corpse. His flesh and blood were shriveled, and his skin was dark and gloomy. It was almost cracked and stuck tightly to his bones. "I'm not dead." Yifan woke up the moment he fell into the spring. The spring water was rich with life essence, which prevented his body from aging. His life force was almost dried up, and his internal organs were shriveled. His flesh and blood seemed to have been dried up for hundreds of years. At this moment, he was soaking in the spring water and began to absorb the life essence rapidly. It was like a desert that had been suffering from a drought for a long time. Yifan lay on his back in the 2-meter-wide pond. He felt that his throat was dry, and his lips were so dry that only a layer of skin remained. He turned his head with difficulty, opened his mouth, and began to drink to his heart's content. The spring water was sweet and fragrant. It moisturized Yifan's dry lips and throat. It was like a nectar, leaving an endless aftertaste. His body gradually gained more strength. Yifan gulped down the spring water. His dried-up life force gradually regained a trace of vitality. His flesh and blood were slowly recovering, and his withered internal organs were slowly being nourished by the life essence. He knew he was finally out of danger. He was alive. Now that he was in the spring, the demonic energy in the Forbidden Zone could no longer make him age. After a quarter of an hour, he didn't know how much spring water he drank. His stomach was completely filled, and he couldn't swallow anymore. Yifan lay on his back in the spring, not wanting to move anymore. He looked at the dark blue sky and let out a sigh of relief. After surviving a calamity, his life force was slowly recovering, making him feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He lay there for a full hour, feeling the vitality in his body gradually getting stronger. Only then did he move his thin and weak arms. His shriveled flesh and blood bulged a little. His vitality was constantly recovering, and his heartbeat was getting stronger and stronger. Only now did his 5 senses slowly recover. His body felt very comfortable. After being soaked in the spring water, a large amount of life essence was flowing into his limbs and bones through his pores. "It's great to be alive." Yifan's face revealed a satisfied expression. Not long ago, the flame of his life was extinguished. He thought that it would be difficult for him to escape this calamity and that he would most likely perish here. People will never be satisfied when they are comfortable and successful. Only when they are at the end of their tether and experience endless despair will they understand that living a simple and ordinary life is a kind of happiness. Yifan lay there and looked up at the sky. His face was full of smiles as he waited for his body to recover its vitality. His blood, flesh, and organs were being nourished. His pulse was getting stronger and stronger, and his skin was gradually smoothing out. There was some luster to it. Yifan finally had a strong power and was no longer exhausted. He slowly sat up. At this moment, his 5 senses were completely awakened, and he immediately sensed a rich fragrance, which made him feel refreshed. There were 11 small trees around the 2-meter square spring. They were all half a meter tall and flickered with green light. It was as if they were carved out of jadeite. They were dazzling and sparkling. They were shaped like pine trees. The needle-like leaves were as if they were carved out of the divine essence of green jade. They flickered with splendor. Yifan was no longer the ordinary person of the past. After achieving success in cultivation, his spiritual sense was incomparably sharp. He could naturally see many things that he couldn't in the past. Although the 11 small trees were very short, their branches were all covered with old bark. They were vigorous and powerful. They stretched out in a winding manner like horned dragons. They seemed to have grown for hundreds of thousands of years and existed for countless years. They actually gave people an extremely ancient and strange feeling. They didn't seem like plants, but living fossils. There was a dazzling golden fruit at the top of each small tree. It was as big as a longan fruit and was sparkling and translucent. It seemed as if it was cast out of gold. It was truly extraordinary. The jade-like green trees produced such golden fruits. The two shone brilliantly and looked very dazzling. The fragrance permeated the air, intoxicating people. Yi Fan went through so much trouble to enter the forbidden grounds of the ancient desolate land just for this divine medicine. He was very excited. Looking at the 11 golden fruits that grew from the 11 small trees, he felt that everything was worth it. The Holy Lands and ancient desolate clans had planned this for a long time. They had sent out experts twice and expended a great deal of effort to refine forbidden artifacts. They had even brought in a replica of the ancient desolate tower. However, in the end they had all been destroyed. All the experts had died, and the major powers had gained nothing. Now Yi Fan was sitting in the spring. The holy medicine was right in front of him. How could he not be satisfied and excited? Splash! Yi Fan walked in the spring and arrived at the shore in 2 steps. He plucked a golden fruit on the spot. The rich fragrance of the fruit entered his internal organs and immediately made him feel refreshed. It was as if his soul was about to leave his body. It really is a divine medicine. I wonder why it can only grow in this evil ancient desolate abyss. Yi Fan placed the golden fruit in his mouth and chewed it gently. The sweet taste and fragrance turned into something tangible. It made all the pores on his body open up. He felt relaxed as if he was bathing in the spring wind. The golden fruit, the size of a dragon's eye, could not be eaten in one bite. After it was crushed, it turned into a nectar and slid down his throat. Yi Fan felt as if he was about to ascend. He felt as if he had left the ground and was floating in the air. Now that he was a cultivator, he could no longer eat it like a regular fruit. He quickly sat down and leaned against the small tree. He began to circulate the mysterious technique recorded in the Tao scripture. However, he was too weak. His body was deteriorating and he almost died of old age. Although he had recovered a lot of energy after drinking the spring, his hair was still white like snow. Wrinkles were piled up, and his flesh was shriveled. After the strange golden energy entered his body, it did not return to the sea of bitterness, nor did it enter the spring. It directly rushed into his limbs and bones and nourished his aging body. His flesh and blood gradually grew sparkling and translucent. After the mysterious technique recorded in the Tao scripture was circulated, it only served to speed up the process of digesting the divine medicine. After a quarter of an hour, Yi Fan's flesh and blood quickly swelled up. He was no longer shriveled and became more and more rosy. His snow-like hair also gradually turned black. He stretched out his hand and plucked the second golden divine fruit. He placed it in his mouth and chewed it gently. The sweet fruit juice turned into golden energy and quickly rushed to every part of his body. His skin flickered with a golden luster and specks of divine radiance rippled out. After a quarter of an hour, Yi Fan felt full of energy. His flesh and blood were full of energy. He once again glowed with exuberant vitality and his skin was elastic. After eating the 2 divine fruits, he completely changed his old appearance and became a middle-aged man in his 30s. Yi Fan stood up. His every movement was vigorous and vigorous. He no longer had the feeling of decline. He was quickly recovering his youth. At this moment he seemed to have thought of something. His expression suddenly changed and he rushed to a place not far away. 100 meters away, the golden book was glowing and lying quietly in the grass. It was not taken down by the heavenly jade holy maiden. Yi Fan hurriedly picked it up and put it back into the sea of bitterness. How lucky! After putting away the Tao scripture, Yi Fan walked back. He could not help but look around. The sacred mountain was quiet. There were no white skeletons here. It was very peaceful. He looked into the distance and suddenly felt his scalp go numb. The other 8 sacred mountains were densely packed with white skeletons climbing up from the bottomless abyss. How can this be? Only this place is silent. Yi Fan thought quickly. He immediately thought of the green copper block. It sent the heavenly jade holy maiden flying. She has not shown herself. Could it be that the green copper block has a powerful deterrent power? He was shocked. He did not know if that was the case. The ancient desolate tower can suppress immortals to death. The green copper block is also a treasure. Perhaps it has such a deterrent power. The green copper block was silent. It sank into the spring in the sea of bitterness like a boulder, unshakable. He could not control it at all, much less use it against an enemy. Not long ago, the heavenly jade holy maiden had entered his sea of bitterness and touched the green copper block. That was why she had been severely injured. The mysterious green copper block could not be violated and could not be controlled. This made Yifan both hopeful and helpless. That is, Yifan's expression froze. He had discovered a person with flesh and blood on the neighboring sacred mountain. It was very far away, so he could not see it clearly. However, he was sure that it was not a white skeleton. On the peak of the mountain, there was a huge iron sword that was more than 10 meters long. It was stuck straight into the mountain. That man stood quietly on the hilt of the sword, his black cloak fluttering in the wind. Desolate slave. Yifan immediately made such a judgment. A true body of flesh and blood could not exist here for long. It had to be an existence like the heavenly jade holy maiden. There's more. When Yifan looked carefully, he saw a figure on another holy mountain. It was also made of flesh and blood, and it stood on the mountain peak. A silver bell the size of a house shone brightly as it floated above its head. Yifan's expression turned grave as he saw a third person. This person stood on the cliff of another sacred mountain. The surrounding white bones climbed around him. There was an ancient pagoda above his head. It had 9 floors and was more than 10 meters tall. It seemed like it could suppress a part of the world. The fourth person. At this moment he saw a fourth desolate slave. That person stood with his hands behind his back. His purple clothes fluttered in the wind. There was a large square seal above his head. It exuded an ancient aura and was majestic. What's going on? Yifan was extremely shocked. He could clearly see figures on all the sacred mountains. Bells, pagodas, seals, and other weapons were the hardest to refine. Under normal circumstances, those who used them as weapons were extraordinary people. Furthermore, those who managed to cultivate them to the end would definitely have unimaginable accomplishments. Legend has it that only a peerless expert can become a desolate slave. Those who used bells, pagodas, and seals as weapons were mostly world-shaking people in the past. Perhaps I can find records of them in ancient history. Yifan quickly walked back to the spring. He wanted to completely recover his vitality, so he plucked 2 golden fruits. The golden energy flowed into his flesh, internal organs, and bones. Xiao Chen's body released a resplendent light. Golden energy flowed out of his body, making it look like it was carved from divine jade. A flourishing aura of life spread out. His body completely recovered and flickered with a precious light. At this moment, Yifan became a teenager again. He felt a powerful divine force. His life essence was boiling and surging like ocean waves. His internal organs were clear and flawless, and his bones were even more dazzling and full of divine splendor. Moreover, his skin was overflowing with color and was incomparably dazzling. He didn't seem like a body of flesh and blood at all, but rather like a god that was piously worshipped by the people of the world. Chapter 110. After eating a total of 4 golden holy fruits, Yifan felt that he had recovered to his peak condition. His body was flawless, like a crystal-clear divine weapon. Divine power surged in his every move, and he felt that his body had become a lot stronger. The power of desolation in the endless abyss is indeed terrifying. Even the sacred grounds and the families of the clan of the ancients could do nothing about it. In this world, only the holy fruit can dispel it. No wonder it has been famous in the Eastern Barren Territory since ancient times. It really is a divine medicine. When entering the forbidden area of the Barren Age, a white skeleton was enough to kill more than a dozen powerful knights. One could imagine how terrifying the power of desolation was. Yifan was attacked by an even more terrifying desolate slave, and the aura of desolation on his body became even stronger. If it were not for his sacred body of the ancients and the divine medicine, he would have died without a doubt. There are many antidotes beside the nest of poisonous insects. This saying does make sense. The forbidden area of life was very mysterious and evil, but there were 9 kinds of divine medicine growing in such a dangerous place, which was quite astonishing. I've completely recovered my youth. It's time for me to improve my strength. Yifan was very excited. He needed powerful divine medicine to help him make another breakthrough. However, when he saw his reflection in the spring, he was shocked. He seemed to have shrunk a little, becoming a teenager around 13 years old. His handsome face in the water had a hint of innocence and tenderness. Yifan immediately moaned helplessly and said, "Greetings to your ancestors. If I eat another golden holy fruit, won't I turn into a white and tender baby?" After thinking about this terrifying consequence, he felt his hair stand on end. If he turned into a baby in the endless abyss, it would be really funny. Damn you! Yifan thought for a long time but could not come up with any solution. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. There were a total of 11 small trees beside the spring, and at the moment there were 7 golden holy fruits. They were crystal clear and sparkling, and their fragrance was intoxicating. Got it. Suddenly, he remembered the records in the Taoist scripture. In a few words, it simply mentioned an ancient method to suppress oneself with an implement to achieve eternity. I'll suppress myself with my cauldron and take the divine medicine. That should be fine. However, he did not dare to take the risk here. If something went wrong, he would die without a burial place. Yifan took out a few jade boxes from his pocket and carefully placed the golden sacred fruits inside. He felt like he was holding 7 divine treasures in his hands, so he carefully put them away. Those were the divine herbs needed to cultivate the sacred body of the ancients, and he could not afford to lose them. I finally got it. He let out a long sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped death, but he had finally succeeded. Thinking that the Jiang family, the Ji family, and the Yaoguang Holy Land were all annihilated, and even the practitioners who had surpassed the Nirvana realm were not spared, he felt that it was too difficult to pick the divine medicine, which suddenly gave him a sense of accomplishment. Yifan stood up and looked at the other 7 sacred mountains. He mumbled to himself, "There are still 7 divine herbs?" He really wanted to get his hands on all of them. In that case, there would be no more obstacles in cultivating the sacred body of the ancients in the future. It was very likely that he would reach the top. However, it seemed that it would be difficult to achieve his wish now. Every sacred mountain was guarded by desolate slaves. They had bodies of flesh and blood, and each of them was comparable to the Tianxian Saintess, or even more terrifying. Yifan did not think that the green copper block would protect him on its own. Lucky things would not happen a second time. If those desolate slaves attacked him directly, there would be no suspense at all. I really want to know what the other divine medicines look like, Yifan muttered to himself. Every single sacred mountain had a type of divine medicine. This left him extremely confused. Were they planted by humans? He could clearly sense that those small trees had existed for countless years. In the distant past, what kind of place was this exactly? What happened in the past? Yifan felt that this place was most likely a pure land in the primordial age. Otherwise, how could there be a divine spring and sacred trees? Something terrible must have happened later, which made it a forbidden zone for life. Then, he thought of the crazy old man's words and said, "That crazy old man said that it was coming again. What did he mean?" Yifan looked at a sacred mountain in the distance. There were the most white skeletons there, far more than the other peaks. White skeletons constantly climbed up from the abyss, forming a small mountain of bones on the mountain. The bronze coffin is covered by the white skeletons. What's going on? How did the ancient coffin return to the sacred mountain? Was it done by those desolate slaves? Are they afraid and don't want it to stay in the abyss? Yifan was full of questions. This place was not suitable for him to stay for long. He did not want to delay any longer. He walked to a nearby place and picked up a jade bottle. It was only the size of a palm and was completely white. It seemed to be carved out of fine jade. This was a treasure from the Yaoguang Holy Land. Su Daoling had given it to him. There was a space inside that could contain a large mountain. At the moment, the jade bottle was much dimmer. Its divine glow was restrained, and the patterns on it were extremely blurry. They were about to disappear. Could this treasure have been destroyed by the demonic power of the desolate ancient forbidden land? Yifan came to the side of the spring with the jade bottle in his hand and started to collect the divine spring water. Gudong! Gudong! The milky white jade bottle did not fill up very quickly. Yifan estimated that he had already collected 7 to 8 caddies of water. This made him very happy. Although it was not as precious as the holy medicine, the spring water here was still known as the divine spring. There must be something special about it. Damn it! Didn't you say that it could contain a mountain? Why is it full now? He estimated that the jade bottle was full after he had collected a few dozen caddies of water. He could only collect this much divine spring water and could not continue. Yifan stood up and arrived in front of the 11 small trees. He plucked a needle-shaped leaf and placed it in his mouth to chew. He felt a powerful spiritual energy. If it was a greedy person, they would most likely uproot these holy trees. Yifan did not want to waste natural resources. This kind of divine tree could only live on the divine spring water. He did not want to destroy it. Maybe he would come back to collect the holy medicine in the future. He only broke a few slender branches and inserted them into the jade bottle. Then he walked down the mountain in big strides. Not far from the mountain peak, Yifan saw a purple bronze mirror. It was the weapon of Jiang Hanzhong, the elder of the Jiang family. It was dim and laid among the rocks. A weapon refined by a cultivator who surpassed the nirvana realm must be extraordinary. Not long ago, he had seen the terrifying power of the purple bronze mirror. It made the sun and the moon dim and the heaven and earth lose their color. It shot out a bright light and shook the vast divine power. Yifan picked up the purple bronze mirror and said, "Just like the jade bottle, the divine glow is restrained, and the Tao pattern is gone. I wonder if it can recover after leaving the desolate ancient forbidden land." Not far away, there was a Tianluo umbrella. It was the weapon of Ji Yunfeng, the elder of the Ji family. It was pierced by Tianxian Saintis and was a little damaged, but Yifan still put it away. After searching for a while, he found nothing else. Yifan rushed down the mountain quickly. He did not want to stop. He did not want the youth that he had just recovered to become old again. I can't go back the way I came. The Jiang family, the Ji family, and the Yaoguang Holy Land each had a chariot parked outside the Forbidden Land. Jiang Hanzhong and the others had to pay respect to the people in the chariot. Could be imagined how powerful they were. Yifan Xiang chose a direction and did not waste any time. He quickly charged out, his speed reaching his limit. If those big shots are willing to use their primordial qi, they can open their celestial eyes and look hundreds of miles away. That is how they found the bronze coffin. I must leave as soon as possible, lest they have a whim and look into the distance. If that happens, there will be no place for me in the Eastern Barren Territory. Not long after, Yifan rushed out of the life-forbidden zone. Without any hesitation, he began to gulp down the divine spring. He was afraid that it would be as Jiang Hanzhong said, that there would be terrifying changes after leaving the ancient desolate forbidden zone. Obviously, he was thinking too much. He was already a life spring realm cultivator, and he quickly dissolved the divine medicine on the holy mountain, completing the transformation. At this moment, there would be no other changes. I wonder how Lui, Zhang Xiling, and the others are doing. Yifan rushed deep into the mountain, far away from the forbidden land. He knew that there would be a big uproar. The news that all the experts of the Jiang family, the Ji family, and the Yaoguang Holy Land were all killed in the Forbidden Land would definitely spread. At that time, it would definitely be a big shock. I can only hide for now. After a year and a half, when things calm down, I will show myself. He didn't want to take risks, so he decided to open up a cave in this ancient mountain range and live in seclusion. He wanted to increase his cultivation without letting anyone know. In the end, Yifan chose a stone mountain and opened up a cave in it. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Yifan tried to use the cauldron to suppress himself to achieve eternity. However, there were not many related records in the Tao canon. Just a few words and he almost killed himself. Greetings to your ancestors. After struggling for a whole month, he finally broke free and put away the cauldron. His face was extremely pale, and he quickly took out the pristine jade bottle and drank a lot of the divine spring water to recover. Just like that, he searched for another 2 months before he finally found the way. The cauldron was simple and natural. It slowly enlarged to a height of 5 meters in the cave, and then it sucked him in and suppressed him inside. According to the ancient method recorded in the Tao canon, Yi Fan imprinted 9 strange ancient characters inside the cauldron. This time, the 9 ancient characters were finally arranged perfectly. It was as if they had the terrifying power to change the heaven and earth. Suddenly, the inside of the cauldron became chaotic and hazy, as if it had arrived at the beginning of the world. These 9 ancient characters. At this moment, a light flashed across Yi Fan's mind. He suddenly thought of a possibility. A long time ago, when he was studying the Tao canon, he felt that these 9 ancient characters were very special. In the Tao canon, they were listed as symbols. There was no specific explanation of their meaning, so he naturally couldn't recognize them. There were only a few sentences that simply mentioned an ancient method. According to the Tao canon, when these 9 ancient characters were imprinted on a tool, it could provide origin power to suppress one's body and achieve eternity. I know. Yi Fan was very excited. These 9 ancient characters reminded him of the ancient scripture he obtained from the bronze coffin. These 9 ancient characters were very similar to the hundreds of ancient characters, as if they were the same type of script. These 9 ancient characters actually have such a great power, and that mysterious ancient scripture was completely recorded with these ancient characters. Not to mention the true value of the ancient scripture, just extracting these hundreds of ancient characters one by one can be called a priceless treasure. At this moment, the 9 ancient characters imprinted inside the cauldron were chaotic and hazy. Time seemed to have stopped, and at this moment, only the rhythm of the Tao was left, as if it had reached eternity. Chapter 111. Nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth. Inside the cauldron, 9 ancient characters were imprinted on the walls of the cauldron, interweaving the Tao and reason between heaven and earth. First, it was like the stars, then it was like the chaos exhaling and spreading, emerging from nothingness with thousands of changes without a fixed pattern. Nameless, the mother of all things. Yi Fan felt as if he had come to the era of the birth of all things. The heaven and earth were fixed, yin and yang coexisted, and the combination of qi gave birth to all things. The heaven and earth changed, growth and decay, prosperity and destruction. It was an endless cycle. What was eternity, what was an instant? At this moment, there was no distinction between them. A strange feeling welled up in Yi Fan's heart. The 9 ancient characters and the cauldron blended together, as if they were opening the heaven and earth, as if they were recreating a new world. At this moment, the cauldron became mysterious and unfathomable, as if it was born from chaos, simple and grand. Although Yi Fan was in the cauldron, he felt as if he had come to the end of the world, standing at the beginning of the river of time. One moment, the sky was filled with stars, the next moment, the sky was desolate. According to the ancient method recorded in the Tao scripture, using the tool to suppress oneself, to achieve an instant of eternity, Yi Fan had finally achieved it, and was ready to use the divine medicine to increase his cultivation. The inside of the cauldron was filled with a mysterious aura, misty, forming a world of its own. Yi Fan opened the jade box, and the shining golden fruit immediately emitted a fragrant fragrance. At this moment, the cauldron had already transformed into eternity. Yi Fan no longer had any scruples. He put a golden fruit into his mouth and gently bit it, and the longan-sized holy fruit immediately turned into a bejeweled nectar. He operated the mysterious method recorded in the Tao scripture, and quickly dissolved the divine medicine. The golden energy immediately flowed to his limbs and bones, and his body instantly glowed, as if it was cast from gold. Yi Fan used the tool to suppress himself, to achieve an instant of eternity. After the divine medicine dissolved, it nourished his body, but he did not turn into a baby. The strange golden energy baptized his body over and over again, making his flesh, internal organs, and bones unbelievably tough. However, what surprised him was that although the mysterious method recorded in the Tao scripture was operating, it could not guide the golden energy into the sea of bitterness. How can this be? Yifan's heart was filled with confusion. If he couldn't guide the golden energy, he wouldn't be able to open the sea of bitterness, and he wouldn't be able to increase his cultivation. Time passed slowly, and a strange energy slowly flowed through his body. Every inch of his flesh and blood was being baptized, gradually nourishing his flesh shell. His physique continued to rise, and his body became stronger and stronger. Why doesn't it flow into the sea of bitterness? Yifan was puzzled. Suddenly, a strange golden energy began to flow towards the space between his eyebrows. Like a trickle of water, it converged into the space between his eyebrows from all directions. The divine splendor was dazzling, and it actually formed a small golden lake there. At this moment, Yifan felt that his spiritual sense had improved significantly. His 5 senses had become extremely sharp, and the world inside the cauldron seemed to have become lively. In the end, most of the golden energy gathered between his eyebrows, forming a small golden lake there. Only a small portion of the energy seeped into his body. His cultivation did not increase, but his divine sense became extremely powerful. I get it now. The legend is true. Yifan seemed to have suddenly thought of something and muttered to himself. There are 9 sacred mountains in the forbidden ancient lands, and there are 9 completely different kinds of divine medicines. It is said that each of the divine medicines has completely different effects. It was obvious that the mysterious energy contained in the golden fruit could not enter the sea of bitterness or the fountain of death, but it could nourish the divine sense and rapidly strengthen one's spiritual force. 3 years ago, Yifan was told that the sacred body of the ancients could not be cultivated. However, in the following years, he had been improving by leaps and bounds, and he was no worse than any other celestial seedlings. He had always suspected that the energy contained in the sacred fruit that he had consumed back then had converged into his sea of bitterness and helped him break the curse. Maybe that's really the case. The sacred fruit from 3 years ago had a great effect on opening the sea of bitterness, and the divine medicine today can nourish the divine sense. Legend had it that 9 different kinds of sacred fruits had 9 different effects. The only thing they had in common was that they could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead, nourish the flesh shell, refine the body, and be reborn. The first kind of divine medicine allowed me to successfully embark on the path of cultivation and opened up the sea of bitterness of the sacred body of the ancients. The second kind of divine medicine strengthened my divine sense. What kind of opportunity will it bring me? When everything calmed down, Yifan felt full of energy. His divine sense was extremely powerful, and his spiritual sense was abnormally sharp. He put away the tripod and appeared in the cave abode. The feeling was even more obvious. Afterward, he walked out of the cave abode and stood on the cliff to look at the mountains in the distance. He suddenly felt that his field of vision had become extremely wide, and even the scenery that was very far away became very clear. Yifan carefully experienced the changes. Everything in the world, including the grass and trees, seemed to come alive all of a sudden. Although this is a very good transformation, what I need the most right now is to open up the sea of bitterness and let the divine power gush out to improve my cultivation. He was happy but also disappointed. He felt very conflicted. Although the effect of this divine medicine was very powerful, it was not what he wanted the most at the moment. He comforted himself and said to himself, "It is said that when a cultivator reaches a certain level, only when his divine sense is strong can he understand the nature of heaven and earth. After reaching that level, if I want to improve my cultivation, I can only rely on enlightenment. There is no other way. I am now paving the way for the future." Thinking of this, Yifan was no longer disappointed, and his mood gradually calmed down. In the next month, Yifan did not take the divine medicine. Instead, he quietly cultivated. He wanted to completely refine and absorb the divine medicine without wasting a single bit. During this process, he was surprised to find that because his physique had been greatly improved, it was much easier for him to open up the sea of bitterness. At the end of the month, Yifan once again used the tripod to suppress his body to achieve the moment of eternity. He began to take the second golden fruit. This time, the strange golden energy first baptized his flesh shell, nourishing every inch of his body and improving his physique. In the end, it turned into a trickle and merged into the space between his eyebrows, making the golden lake a lot deeper. Yifan felt his divine sense become stronger again. After putting away the tripod, he went outside the cave and heard the breathing of many wild beasts. He could even hear the sound of ants crawling in the distance. Wherever his divine sense went, he did not need eyes or ears to sense everything around him. It was very ethereal. My spiritual sense is constantly becoming stronger. In addition, there was another change that surprised Yifan, because his physique had improved again. His flesh and blood shone with golden light. When he opened up the sea of bitterness, he did not encounter much resistance. He immediately went into seclusion. After another whole month, when he appeared again, Yifan's entire person had become more ethereal. In this way, in the following time, at the beginning of every month, he used the tripod to suppress his body and took the sacred medicine. There was a change that was almost like he was reborn. His divine sense became more and more condensed, almost to the point that it was about to take shape. In addition, there was another gratifying change. His body was transforming. His physique was improving. His flesh was shining with divine splendor, and the process of opening up the sea of bitterness was not hindered. Time passed quickly. Yifan had already eaten the sixth golden fruit. After cultivating hard for a month, when he walked out of the cave again, his entire temperament had changed greatly. It was as if there were clouds and mist shrouding his body. The mountain wind blew and his clothes fluttered. He was like a banished immortal standing on the cliff. Between Yifan's eyebrows, there was a golden lake that was incomparably deep. It was impossible to detect its bottom. It had completely transformed into spiritual force and could actually condense into a shape. And the golden sea of bitterness had even more earth-shattering changes. Waves rushed to the sky, divine rays shone, thunder rumbled, and it had more than doubled in size. It was almost the size of a fist. In the center of the sea of bitterness, life springs gushed, the spring of divine power boiled, and the mouth of the spring at the bottom of the sea widened many times. It was endless, constantly surging out, and from time to time, rays of light would rush out. Divine power like the tide, rays of light filling the sky. I have reached the peak of the life spring realm. Yifan was somewhat excited. The sacred medicine was famous in the eastern wilderness. Since ancient times, there were too many legends about it. It had unimaginable magical effects. The strange golden energy mainly nourished and strengthened the divine sense. At the same time, it changed his physique. It did not flow into the sea of bitterness, but it still allowed him to break through to the life spring realm. The sacred medicine lives up to its reputation. Other than the sea of reincarnation, the human body had other secret realms. Jiang Hanzhong and the others were existences that surpassed the nirvana realm. This made Yifan feel the enormous gap between them. He desperately wanted to become stronger. There was still the last golden fruit left. Yifan held it in his palm and returned to the cave, using the cauldron to suppress his body. After eating the golden fruit, he immediately felt his body tremble. His bones crackled, his flesh trembled, and his internal organs trembled. His entire body was in excruciating pain. He clenched his teeth, enduring this purgatory-like torment. In an instant, he understood that this was the change of being reborn. When he ate the first 6 golden fruits, it was only a transformation, and not a rebirth. Only now did he truly break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. His flesh, internal organs, and bones were reconstructing. This was a different kind of rebirth. Just like when he and Pang Bo ate the sacred fruit for the first time and walked out of the ancient sacred grounds, they returned to their youth. This was a change of the same level, a true rebirth. After the baptism, the bones were as white as jade, and the bones were unbelievably hard, comparable to the sharp blades of divine weapons. After the 5 viscera and 6 bowels were infiltrated, they were flawless, without a trace of impurity. like a divine weapon. After the surface of his body was nourished, it was sparkling and full of luster, almost transparent, shining with precious splendor. Yifan's body was shining brilliantly, and the strange golden energy turned into a stream, entering the space between his eyebrows. Golden light shone, and that small lake was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. After that, Yifan directly went into seclusion. 2 months later, rumbling sounds came from the cave. Tsunamis reached the sky, and there were sounds of thunder. At the same time, rainbows shot out. At this moment, Yifan's golden sea of bitterness expanded to the size of a fist, and a bright rainbow hung high above, crossing the sky. It was incomparably brilliant. He had finally formed a small segment of the divine meridian, which hung above the sea of bitterness. He had become a cultivator of the divine bridge realm. Yifan stood up and walked out of the cave. There were no powerful energy waves coming from him, and he didn't look very elegant and out of this world. Instead, he looked very delicate, like the big boy next door. There was less extraordinary about him, and there was more of a plain and simple charm. He didn't make a move, and he didn't test his current level of cultivation because there was no need to do so. He already knew it. Yifan's heart was very calm. He lived a peaceful life for a month, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight, watching the water flow by the stream, and then he began to continue his cultivation. This time, he began to refine his artifact. He engraved the first sentence of the mysterious ancient scripture he obtained from the ancient bronze coffin on the cauldron. Although it could not be engraved on the cauldron for a long time and the ancient words would soon disappear, this little cauldron became even more extraordinary because of this. In the end, after cultivating here for more than a year, Yifan had a lot of enlightenment, and his understanding of Tao deepened a lot. The nameless was called Tao, which came from nothingness, and was the origin of heaven and earth. It was called heaven and earth, which had form and position, and was the mother of all things. He felt that the cauldron, Tao, and heaven and earth seemed to have a natural connection. The cauldron, with 3 legs and 2 ears, was very mysterious. The 3 legs stabilized the heaven and earth. The 2 ears gave birth to yin and yang, and the round cauldron contained chaos. It evolved Tao and reason, which was nameless. It gave birth to a form and contained all things, which was nameless. The cauldron is like a tool born naturally from heaven and earth. It perfectly combines the nameless and nameless, and it gives birth to the Tao and the mother of all things. Using the cauldron as a tool was indeed the right choice. It is worthy of being the most mysterious holy object in ancient China. After cultivating here for more than a year, Yifan decided to leave this place. It was time to go out and take a walk. Chapter 112. There were a few things shining in the cave residence. The purple copper 8 trigram mirror was indeed a weapon refined by a cultivator who had surpassed the nirvana realm. It had been left in the secret chamber by Yifan for a year. Now it was surrounded by a purple mist and glowed with light again. As for the jade bottle, it was white and warm, densely covered with Taoist patterns. It had also regained its magic, but it was not known if it could hold a mountain. At this moment, the branch of the sacred tree inserted inside was soaking in the divine spring. It was still full of vitality and did not wither. As for the Tianluo umbrella, although it was pierced by the Tianxian saintess, it was not serious. The mist was misty and it was extraordinary. Beyond the nirvana realm, these people's weapons should be very powerful. Yifan repeatedly refined and erased all traces on it to prevent others from sensing it. Then, he put a few of his weapons into the sea of bitterness. At this moment, something surprising happened. Whether it was the purple copper 8 trigram mirror, the white jade bottle, or the Tianluo umbrella, none of them could sink into the sea of bitterness, let alone soak in the life spring. They could only hang under the divine bridge above the sea of bitterness. You occupied the best place for the green copper block, but you did not let me use it. You also forced the other weapons to stay away from it. Yifan was quite speechless. He immediately saw the reason. The green copper block was immersed in the spring at the bottom of the sea, monopolizing the best place and squeezing the golden book to the edge. It even forced the purple copper 8 trigram mirror, the jade bottle, and the Tianluo umbrella out of the sea of bitterness, not letting them touch it at all. This is just the golden paper that recorded the Tao scripture, but it is actually stronger than the purple copper 8 trigram mirror and the jade bottle. I don't know if I should say that it is extraordinary or that the 3 weapons are too useless. The weapons refined by a cultivator who had surpassed the Nirvana realm were naturally extraordinary, which indirectly showed the magic of the Golden Book. This place was 400 miles away from the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. It was surrounded by mountains, and sometimes there were strange birds and beasts. It was a primitive area. Yifan did not fly. He walked out of the mountain while practicing Crazy Ole's footwork. He was very envious of that kind of magic that could shrink the ground into inches. It was faster than flying. Unfortunately, his realm wasn't high enough, so he couldn't comprehend those Tao patterns that he had memorized. So he couldn't use those secret techniques. 2 days later, Yifan appeared in a small town. He had finally arrived at a place with people. More than a year has passed. The Jiang family, the Ji family, and the Yaoguang Holy Land should have retreated long ago. He really wanted to find someone to understand. In this 1 year, Yifan's greatest gain was not that his cultivation had reached the divine bridge realm, but that his consciousness had evolved to an extremely terrifying level. It was incomparably condensed, and that small golden lake between his brows could shoot out divine light. It could be as sharp as a heavenly sword, or as gentle as a gentle breeze, allowing him to sense everything in his surroundings in an instant. There's a cultivator in that restaurant. Not long after entering the town, Yifan's spiritual consciousness captured the aura of a cultivator. Unfortunately, he didn't hear the news about the Jiang family, the Ji family, and the Yaoguang Holy Land in that restaurant. Instead, he heard another important news. In the end, the Fey god's tomb still sank. The resentment in the ruins soared into the sky. There were mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. In the end, it still could not be conquered. The treasure of the Eastern Wasteland, the ancient Wasteland Tower, disappeared forever. Can't disappear forever. The ancient Wasteland Tower coexists with the world. Sooner or later, it will reappear. That's true. Can even suppress immortals to death. Naturally, it won't decay. Maybe in another few thousand years or tens of thousands of years, it will reappear in this world and choose a fated person. I don't think it will take that long. The ancient Wasteland Tower has already disappeared for 10,000 years. I think it should reappear. Maybe in the near future, it will rush out from the Eastern Wasteland. Yifan was astonished. The disturbance in the Fey god's tomb lasted for 3 years. Only now did it truly calm down. All the sects in the Eastern Wasteland took action. Even the Central Plains sent a few mysterious big shots, but they still failed to stop it. At the crucial moment, it escaped into the earth veins, like a dragon returning to the sea, completely disappearing from the Eastern Wasteland. In the next half a month, Yifan walked around the cities and towns, appearing in places with many people. However, he kept a low profile. Finally, he slowly found out what he wanted to know. A year ago, the Jiang clan, Ji clan, and Yaoguang Sacred Land barged into the ancient wasteland Forbidden Land. In the end, they were all annihilated. Not a single one of them came out alive. This caused a huge uproar, shocking all the sections. No one dared to barge into the Forbidden Land of Life anymore. Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, Lin Jia, Zhou Yi, Li Xiaoman, and the others actually disappeared. This news was not good. Yifan frowned. If I were them, I would not return to my own sect either. Otherwise, I would definitely be interrogated by the Sacred Land and the ancient wasteland noble clans. At that time, as long as there is the slightest flaw, it would be difficult for me to escape death. The Eastern Wasteland is so big. There are countless countries like the Yen lands. Escaping from this place is the wisest choice. Yifan felt that the 6 people did not die. They must have seen that the situation was not good, so they directly escaped. We will most likely meet again in the future. Yifan also felt that there was no need to stay in the Yen lands. There were no powerful sects or ancient noble clans here. There were only 6 blessed paradises, which were insignificant in the eyes of the big sections. This place lacked opportunities. He needed to explore other secret realms beyond the Sea of Reincarnation. He had to leave this place. I should join a sacred land or an ancient wasteland noble clan to obtain the cultivation methods of other secret realms. The Golden Book only recorded the cultivation methods of the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm. It is far from enough. Yi Fan never thought that he could collect the complete Tao scripture. It was very unrealistic. It had been broken up by someone tens of thousands of years ago. Now, no one could say for sure where the pages of the Golden Book were. Those sacred lands and ancient wasteland noble clans all had mysterious ancient scriptures that were not inferior to the Tao scripture. He wanted to start from this aspect. He could cultivate the Tao scripture in the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm, and he could cultivate the ancient scriptures of the sacred lands in other secret realms. I still have time. I don't need to worry about the follow-up cultivation methods. Yi Fan had reached the Divine Bridge realm, and there was still the Permitha realm in front of him. He didn't know when he would be able to cross over. He had to reach the Permitha realm before he could explore the other secret realms of the human body. The Permitha realm was the endpoint of the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm. It was the starting point of his secret realm. The eastern desolate lands are vast and boundless. There are countless countries, and it is said that there are 7 forbidden zones for life. I have only seen 1 forbidden zone from the ancient desolate lands so far. I really don't know what the other forbidden zones are like. Yi Fan felt that it was impossible for him to go deeper into the ancient desolate lands in a short period of time. It was too dangerous. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to pluck the 3rd type of saintly medicine. It would be very difficult for him to succeed again. He guessed that the other forbidden zones for life were also extremely mysterious places. Perhaps there would be great fated opportunities there. The mysterious ancient scriptures of the sacred lands and ancient wasteland noble clans, the 7 forbidden zones for life, the vast eastern desolate lands, they are all worthy for me to explore. However, before he left, he felt that there was a need for him to make a trip to the Spirit Void Paradise and retrieve the items he had lost there. Back then, because he was not strong enough, he fled for his life and did not care about retrieving the items. Now that he had reached the Divine Bridge realm, he was naturally confident. In the past 3 years, the Spirit Void Paradise could not be at peace. The tomb of the Demon Emperor in the ruins attracted countless sects from the eastern desolate lands. Blood dyed the demonic land red, corpses piled up in the cold pond, and resentment rose to the sky. When everything was over, a peerless figure performed a mysterious and unfathomable great divine technique and finally purified the ruins. Otherwise, the Spirit Void Paradise could only move its sections. When he arrived at the mountain gate of the Spirit Void Paradise, Yi Fan felt a little emotional. Back then, he was thought to have a useless body and no one was willing to take him in. The reason he could come here was completely because of Pangbo. Pangbo, wait until I have enough strength. I will definitely save you. In the Spirit Void Paradise, the clouds and mist were faintly discernible. In front of the mountain gate, ancient trees were tall and strong. Strange rocks stood erect, and waterfalls flowed. It had the charm of a fairyland. Who are you? Why have you come to my Spirit Void Paradise? The disciple guarding the mountain gate came forward and inquired. Senior brother, I am here to pay my respects to Elder Wu Qingfeng. At this moment, Yi Fan looked only about 14 years old. He had a sunny smile and easily gave people a good impression. The disciple guarding the mountain gate did not make things difficult for him and said, "Come in with me." After entering the Spirit Void Paradise and stepping on the hundreds of bluestone steps, Yi Fan was instantly shocked and asked, "Why are these bluestone steps cracked? They were not like this before." Back then, when he first entered the Spirit Void Paradise and stepped on the bluestone steps, the ancient scripture in his heart automatically echoed, leaving a deep impression on him. He felt that there must be an extraordinary artifact under the bluestone steps. How do you know it was not like this before? The disciple looked at him suspiciously. I used to live here before, so of course I know. May I ask, senior brother, what happened? Why are these bluestone steps all cracked? Yi Fan urgently wanted to know. At this moment, the ancient scripture in his heart did not ring, so he was sure that the artifact below had disappeared. The disciple looked left and right. Seeing that no one passed by, he said in a low voice, "Speaking of which is scary, there is actually a Yin vein underground that is connected to the Fiend Emperor's Yin grave. In the end, it escaped from here and sank into the eastern wasteland." Yifan was astonished. He never expected such a result. In an instant, he thought of the ancient desolate tower that was said to exist with the world and could suppress immortals to death. Back then, when I first entered this place, the ancient scripture automatically echoed. Is it related to the ancient desolate tower? Yifan could not understand. The ancient scripture came from the other side of the starry sky and was obtained from the ancient bronze coffin. He could not understand why it would resonate with the artifact of this world. Inside the spirit void paradise, the mountains were green and the valleys were green. It was very beautiful. Palaces and pavilions dotted the place. Mist surged, adding an ethereal feeling. Seeing Elder Wu Qingfeng again, Yifan felt a sense of closeness. He bowed respectfully. This old man had taken care of him in the past. He was an elder worthy of respect. "Child, it's actually you." Elder Wu Qingfeng revealed an excited expression. He had not changed much. He still had white hair and a white beard. He was tall and had an otherworldly aura. When he saw Yifan, he naturally thought of Pang Bo. He could not help but let out a long sigh. He had already taken Pang Bo as his disciple. Who would have thought that Pang Bo would be threatened by the fiend race and disappear into the primordial ruins? This was a peaceful valley. Not far away, there was a clear lake that looked like a sapphire. There were 4 or 5 thatched cottages in front and a large bamboo forest. It was very quiet. Sitting on a stone chair in the bamboo forest, Yifan picked up the teacup on the stone table. He took a sip and began to converse with the old man. When Elder Wu Qingfeng heard Yifan ask about the other secret realms of the human body, he looked at him in surprise and said, "Child, don't bite off more than you can chew. Do you still remember what I told you? To be able to explore a secret realm to the end in one's lifetime is already very impressive. If you can cultivate the wheel of life and the sea of bitterness to the extreme, you can also become a peak expert. Why do the Holy Lands and the clan of the ancients all cultivate other secret realms? We can't compare ourselves to them. They have ancient scriptures that are comparable to immortal scriptures. This is an innate advantage." Elder Wu Qingfeng sighed and shook his head. "Actually, it's enough to cultivate one arcane realm. It's said that many ancient almighty beings only cultivated one arcane realm." Yifan lowered his head and pondered, but he eventually looked up and made up his mind. There was no way he would only cultivate one secret realm. Since there were other secret realms, there must be a reason for them to exist and continue cultivating. Elder Wu Qingfeng was puzzled. He felt that even if Yifan's sacred body of the ancients could force himself to cultivate, he would not be able to achieve much. However, the old man was very kind and answered many of Yifan's questions in the end. Yifan finally learned the name of the next secret realm, the Holy Palace. After the Sea of Reincarnation, he would have to cross the Sea of Bitterness and reach the other side to slowly explore it. It was said that there were 5 gods in the Holy Palace. Cultivating in this secret realm would cause all sorts of mysterious things to happen. Yifan only had the method to cultivate in the Sea of Reincarnation. The Golden Book was only a page of the Tao scripture, so it was impossible for it to contain the method to cultivate in the Holy Palace. If I want to obtain the most mysterious method, I'll have to go to the sacred grounds and the families of the clan of the ancients. I have to get my hands on their mysterious ancient scriptures. Yifan mumbled to himself. Elder, which of the sacred grounds and families of the clan of the ancients have the most mysterious scriptures? Yifan asked. Elder Wu Qingfeng shook his head and said, "Those sacred grounds and families of the clan of the ancients are too mysterious and powerful. It's not something we can understand. It's hard to tell which mysterious scriptures they have mastered." Yifan really wanted to know which ancient scripture was the most powerful. He muttered to himself, "Perhaps they each have their own merits." Indeed, that's true. Elder Wu Qingfeng seemed to have remembered something and said, "Legend has it that the Sea of Reincarnation's secret realm is the Tao scripture. and the Holy Palace's secret realm should be the most powerful one in the Jade Lake's sacred ground. Every ancient scripture has its own method of cultivating the secret realm. Yifan made up his mind right then and there. He would go to the Jade Lake sacred ground and learn the method to cultivate in the Holy Palace. Does the Jade Lake sacred ground accept male disciples? Never. Elder Wu Qingfeng looked at him suspiciously and said, "Don't tell me you're—" "Then do the female disciples of the Jade Lake sacred ground marry?" Yifan asked calmly. Elder Wu Qingfeng immediately laughed and said, "They can marry, but the conditions are very harsh. I'm afraid you won't be able to marry them." Yifan did not feel embarrassed at all and laughed. He then asked many more questions. Although Elder Wu Qingfeng was a little confused, he did not ask and patiently explained everything to him. The Jade Lake sacred ground was extremely far from the Yen territory. It was the most low-key and mysterious of all the sacred grounds and families of the clan of the ancients. At the same time, Yifan unexpectedly learned that one of the 7 forbidden zones of the Eastern Barren Territory, the Origin Ancient Mine, was also in the region where the Jade Lake sacred ground was located. Of course, this so-called same region was only relative to the vast Eastern Barren Territory. In reality, the distance between the two was more than 10,000 miles. The Jiang family was also in that region, and it was 30,000 miles away from the Origin Ancient Mine. The so-called same region was actually extremely vast. After all, the Eastern Barren Territory was just too big. Origin Ancient Mine. This was the first time Yifan heard of this forbidden zone. As one of the 7 forbidden zones of the Eastern Barren Territory, it definitely had an extraordinary background. That region's origin is extremely abundant. The Jiang family and Jade Lake Sacred Ground both chose to develop in that region is inseparable from this. Yifan felt even more that he should go there. Origin was something he needed greatly. Even if he couldn't obtain divine medicines, searching for origin wasn't a bad idea either. Origin Ancient Mine is? He asked in bewilderment. With the name Origin, it is enough to prove how ancient it is. It is impossible to estimate how long it has existed for. Elder Wu Qingfeng drank a mouthful of tea and continued. Rumor has it that countless years ago, the Origin Ancient Mine was the most famous origin mine in the Eastern Barren Territory. Later on, inauspicious things were dug up, and as a result, it became one of the 7 great forbidden zones. Yifan was deeply shocked and curious. He asked, what exactly was dug up? Some exceptional divine origin was dug up. Rumor has it that there was a powerful creature sealed within the origin. In the end, it actually revived and killed everyone. What? Yifan was deeply shocked. Rumor has it that there are actually people sealed within some divine origin. Hearing these words, Yifan was so shocked he couldn't say anything. He felt that the region he was going to was extremely mysterious. Jade Lake Sacred Ground, Jiang Family, Origin Ancient Mine. All of these places had extraordinary significance for him. Chapter 113. Yifan's consciousness was extremely strong. A small golden lake formed between his brows. With a casual sweep, he sensed Elder Wu Qingfeng's cultivation. Celestial Bridge Realm. Elder, I have something to give you. Here, his expression turned solemn and he said in a low voice, you must keep it well and don't let others know. Otherwise, it will harm you. Elder Wu Qingfeng was a bit surprised. He didn't know why Yi Futian would say that and revealed a confused expression. Go find a clean jade bottle. When Yifan took out the pristine jade bottle and poured out a drop of the divine spring water, a dense life essence immediately appeared. The old man was immediately shocked. This is such a strong life energy. Even if this spring water can't heal the dead, it's enough to save lives, Yifan said solemnly. The elder had taken care of him and he was a grateful person. He was about to leave the Yen land and didn't know when he could return. Naturally, he wanted to repay the elder. This water is too precious. I can't take it. Put it away. Elder Wu Qingfeng shook his head and refused. Don't say anything else. I'm sincere. In the end, Yifan filled a jade gourd with spring water and stuffed it into the elder's hand. He reminded again, don't let others know. Elder Wu Qingfeng observed the water carefully and sensed the endless life energy. He knew it probably had a great background. He looked at Yi Fan in confusion and said, "This is... Don't ask." The elder couldn't guess that this water was from a holy mountain in the barren land. If he knew, he would probably be dumbfounded. "This matter is over. I'm leaving the Yen land. Elder, take care." Yi Fan bowed to the elder. "Child, where are you going? Are you really going to the Jade Lake Sacred Land?" Elder Wu Qingfeng looked at him and advised sincerely, "The Jade Lake Sacred Land is thousands of mountains and rivers away from the Yen land. It's too far. Mortals can't get there in their entire lives. Don't take the risk. Even if you do get there, I'm afraid. Don't worry. I have my own plans. Even if I don't go there, I'll still travel the world. The Eastern Barren Land is so big. If I don't go there, I'll be wasting my time." Then, Yi Fan asked the elder if the things he left in the Spirit Ruin Grotto Heaven were still there. "I need to send someone to ask. After you and Pang Bo disappeared, the sect bestowed the valley to someone else. The things were most likely taken away. I just don't know if they're still there." "Okay, I'll take a walk outside." Yi Fan was about to leave, so he wanted to take a look at the primal ruins. The ruins were right next to the Spirit Ruins Paradise, and the two were originally one. Looking from afar, the mountains in front of them had collapsed, and the plants had withered. It was desolate and silent. The green mountains and valleys had transformed into scorched earth, and the plants here had lost their vitality a long time ago. This place had actually become a barren land, and it was like the difference between the heavens and the earth when it was filled with vitality in the past. The towering ancient trees, the flourishing vegetation, all of them were destroyed. Nothing was left, only a deathly cold and desolate atmosphere. Countless cultivators from the Eastern Barren Land came here to open the demon god's tomb. Blood and death continued for 3 years. This place is completely ruined. Yi Fan sighed. He was glad that he left decisively. Otherwise, he would probably not be in this world now. In the distance, the broken mountains recorded the terrible things that had happened in the past 3 years. Just thinking about the destructive power sent chills down people's spines. Pang Bo disappeared here. I wonder where he is now. Yi Fan came to the Five-Finger Mountain. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. The perfect girl and the other demon experts were nowhere to be found. Then, he came to the demon god's tomb. The pond was as deep as ink. It was so dark that it was terrifying. A gloomy aura rushed into the sky, making the sun cold. Only the mountain ridge where the cold pond was located was preserved. The surrounding mountains had all collapsed. This place was dark red, completely dyed red by the blood of cultivators. The mountains of corpses had been cleared away, but dried blood was left behind. The black bloodstains proved the cruelty of the past. Pang Bo, when I have the power, I will find you and save you. Yi Fan left and returned to the Spirit Ruins Grotto. In front of him, a waterfall fell from the beautiful celestial mountain. It was like a silver waterfall hanging on the mountain wall. A few young men and women were standing not far from the waterfall. One of them was a woman who looked to be in her 20s. She wore a light yellow dress with a jade belt that accentuated her slender waist. Her exquisite body was even more alluring, and she was very pretty. There was a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth, which made her look even more alluring. When Yi Fan passed by the waterfall, the girl revealed a suspicious expression. Then, as if she remembered something, she sneered, "So it's you!" Yi Fan naturally recognized this girl. She was the immortal seedling of the Spirit Ruins Grotto, Li Lin. She had a good relationship with Han Feiyu. 3 years ago, she went against him and Pang Bo in the primordial ruins and stood up for Han Feiyu. There were a few people in front of the waterfall. A young man in his 20s turned around. The moment he saw Yi Fan, he was startled at first, then revealed his murderous intent. He said coldly, "So it's you. That year, you escaped by luck and still dare to come to my Spirit Ruins Grotto." This man was not unfamiliar. He was Li Yun. His talent was not inferior to immortal seedlings. He had always been by Li Lin's side. Yi Fan smiled and pretended not to know them. He said, "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? You think you can fool us by pretending to be crazy?" Li Lin's pretty face was cold. Her apricot eyes flickered with a cold light. She said, "It's been 3 years. There's not a moment that I haven't wanted to see you again. I never thought that you would really dare to come back. Am I so charming that it's worth it for you to miss me like this? Of course, I'm definitely stronger than that fellow beside you." Li Yun's expression was gloomy. He looked at him coldly and said, "You're trash that can't cultivate. You're about to die, yet you're still talking nonsense. What else can you do? I say, do the two of you have that much hatred between us?" Yi Fan calmly asked with a smile. "Let's not talk about the grudge between you and junior brother Han. Just the fact that you lured out the jade-horned snake in the primordial ruins and ambushed us is something that cannot be forgotten. I once swore that if I met trash like you again, I would definitely kill you." Li Yun recalled the past. His expression was like a block of ice, cold and eerie. Li Lin was also shrieking. All sorts of events from that day floated up in her mind, making her feel like she was going crazy. In the primordial ruins, if not for Elder Han suddenly appearing and killing that jade-horned snake, she and Li Yun would definitely have been devoured by that old snake. At that time, she once swore that she would grind Yi Fan's bones to dust. Now that she unexpectedly saw him again, she was so moved that she trembled. She coldly said, "I never thought that we would meet again. You can't even cultivate, yet you repeatedly contradicted us and almost caused our deaths. You trash. Today, I will definitely kill you." Li Yun's expression was almost sinister. He said, "There's no need to waste words with him. I will personally torture him to death." With that, he walked forward. At the side, the other young disciples all looked as if they were watching a show. I have an impression of him. Back then, he was together with that immortal seedling Pang Bo. Later on, the two of them disappeared at the same time. That's right. I also remember. They once beat Han Feiyu half to death and threw a few people into the mud pond. Li Lin and Li Yun pressed forward at the same time. Their faces carried cruel smiles. The two of them still had an understanding of Yi Fan from a few years ago. It was impossible for them to know that he was already a divine bridge realm cultivator. "I want to see the scene of him kneeling down and begging for mercy," Li Lin said. She felt that directly killing Yi Fan wouldn't give her the satisfaction of revenge. Only by humiliating him would she feel satisfied. "Why aren't you kneeling down?" Li Yun coldly shouted. He came forward with large strides and looked down at Yi Fan with a cold expression. "In this world, there is no one worthy of me kneeling down. Just the two of you." Yi Fan indifferently swept his gaze over them. Li Lin was a seedling and Li Yun was talented. After 3 years, the two of them had already reached the Life Spring realm. Very few people dared to offend them. They had always been praised as geniuses by the people around them. Now that they were ridiculed by the trash in their eyes, their faces naturally turned green. "If I tell you to kneel, you have no choice but to kneel." Li Yun directly kicked at Yi Fan's knees. How strong was a Life Spring realm cultivator? If he stepped on the knees of a mortal, his bones would definitely shatter. "Even if there were 100 trash like you, it wouldn't be enough." Yi Fan nimbly took a few steps back. He had reached the divine bridge realm, so he didn't care about people like this. He didn't want to lower himself to their level. "A trash like you dares to call me trash?" Li Yun's voice was cold. He had always been seen as a genius, but now he was being looked down upon by a mortal. His expression was extremely ugly. He twisted his right leg and heavily kicked at Yi Fan's chin. After reaching his current realm, although Yi Fan didn't want to lower himself to their level, it didn't mean he had to endure. With a pong sound, he grabbed Li Yun's ankle and swung him up, heavily smashing him onto the ground. It was extremely clean and efficient, like the floating clouds and flowing water. The crowd only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Li Yun was lying on the ground like a dead dog, moaning in pain and unable to get up. Li Lin felt that something was wrong. She didn't move forward, but was about to take out her weapon and directly kill Yi Fan. However, once Yi Fan moved, how could he give her the chance to attack? He left behind an afterimage in his original position and instantly appeared in front of Li Lin. His palm cut into her neck, causing her to faint on the spot. He then lifted her up and with a putong sound, threw her into the deep pool under the waterfall. Gulp, gulp. The half-conscious Li Lin drank an unknown amount of water from the pool. Her body quickly swelled up. You trash. Li Yun painfully moaned and struggled to sit up. A murderous intent flashed across his face, and the light of the bitter sea flashed. Pong! However, Yi Fan didn't give him the chance to take out his weapon. One foot stepped forward, forcibly dispersing the light. At the same time, his other foot stepped out, trampling Li Yun to the ground. All of this looked very simple. The two Life Spring Realm cultivators didn't seem to know how to cultivate. They were easily subdued by Yi Fan, causing the surrounding people to think that it was just a coincidence. Trash. Li Yun was going crazy. He also thought that it was a coincidence. He didn't know that Yi Fan had returned to his natural state. Just a few simple moves contained endless mysteries. His lungs were about to explode from anger. So what if you're a genius? If you're really a genius, then you're just someone to be stepped on. Speaking up to here, Yi Fan was very unkind. He stamped the sole of his shoe on Li Yun's face. In order to make sure it wasn't clear, he repeatedly stamped up and down, left and right. I'll kill you. Li Yun's face was swollen, and his eyes were spitting fire. Pong! Yi Fan kicked him to the bottom of the waterfall, and then he left without looking back. He had no interest in these two people at all. The people in front of the waterfall were dumbfounded. Seeing Yi Fan walk away, and then seeing the two unconscious people in the water, they couldn't believe their eyes. Yi Fan came to Elder Wu Qingfeng's residence and waited for a while before the old man returned. Do you still have the things I left here? Elder Wu Qingfeng frowned and said, It's still here, but what's wrong? Yi Fan was a little confused. I went to ask for it on your behalf, but Elder Wu Qingfeng was a little embarrassed. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Could it be that someone wants to take it for themselves and not return it to me? Yi Fan asked. As an elder of the Spirit Ruin Paradise, Elder Wu Qingfeng naturally felt ashamed. He pulled Yi Fan's hand and said, Come with me. I'll help you get it back. Who wants to keep my things? Aren't those broken bronze artifacts already destroyed? They're basically worthless. It's Elder Han Ishue. He has a special interest in smithing and has been researching the bronze lamp, Vajra, and bronze plaque of the Great Lain Temple for a long time. Elder Han. Yi Fan was startled and immediately asked for the details. Just as he had guessed, Elder Han Ishue was Han Feiyu's grandfather. Elder Han was Han Feiyu's great-uncle. Yi Fan had long heard that Han Feiyu's grandfather was also an elder of the Spirit Ruin Paradise. The valley where Han Ishue lived was quiet and lively. It was filled with verdant trees, strange stones, bridges, and pavilions. It was a picturesque scene. In a pavilion, 3 old men were sitting there drinking tea. When they saw Elder Wu Qingfeng and Yi Fan walking over, the skinny, pale-faced old man immediately frowned. Elder Han, I've brought this child here. Return the bronze artifacts to him. The pale-faced Han Ishue sized up Yi Fan a few times, then looked at Wu Qingfeng and said indifferently, Isn't the bronze artifact my sect's disciple Pang Bo? How can it be related to him? You! Elder Wu Qingfeng's expression changed. Yi Fan also felt uncomfortable and said, Elder Han Ishue, how can you say that? Some of the bronze artifacts belong to me, and some belong to Pang Bo. Now that Pang Bo is missing and I'm his best friend, how can you say that I'm not related to him? Han Ishue's face instantly darkened and he said coldly, Who are you? This place is filled with elders of the Spirit Ruin Paradise, and their cultivation bases are all at the Divine Bridge Realm. What we're talking about are cultivation secret techniques. How can a mere mortal like you set foot in this place? Get out of here. Elder Wu Qingfeng's expression immediately turned ugly, and he said, Han Ishue, what do you mean by this? Yi Fan was also angered. He didn't expect Han Ishue to act in such a condescending and righteous manner. Not only did he take his Buddhist artifact for himself, He even mocked him like this. Han Yishui's expression was calm as he smiled at Elder Wu Qingfeng and said, "What I mean is that this valley is an important place. A mere mortal like him doesn't have the right to enter. I'm only here to take back what belongs to me." Yi Fan's expression was calm as he stared at Han Yishui and said, "Elder Han, please return the bronze artifacts to me." "What does the bronze artifacts have to do with you?" Han Yishui glanced at him and said, "I've already made myself clear. They belong to my sect's disciple, Pang Bo. Now that he's gone missing, his belongings naturally belong to my spirit ruin paradise. Why are you, an outsider, getting involved? You've never joined my sect, so you don't have the right to speak. What right do you have? Hurry up and leave." As he said that, his expression sank and he said, "You're trespassing on my sect's important place. If you don't leave now, you'll be in danger." Chapter 114. Han Yishui, what do you mean? Elder Wu Qingfeng's expression was dark. "I think I've already said it very clearly." Han Yishui's hair was as white as snow, and his skin was fair. His eyes were very thin, and his lips were very thin. He gave off a sinister feeling. He picked up the teacup on the stone table, took a sip and said, "Elder Wu, why do you have to be like this?" Elder Wu Qingfeng took a few large steps forward and said in a deep voice, "Han Yishui, don't go too far. Am I not speaking the truth? He is just a little mortal, and he dares to come to my spirit void paradise to ask for a spirit weapon. That is a remnant left behind by my sect's disciple, Pang Bo. It has nothing to do with him." Han Yishui was unruffled from start to finish. He sipped his fragrant tea and swept a cold glance at Yi Fan. He said, "Leave quickly. This isn't a place you should be in." "Pa!" Elder Wu Qingfeng couldn't take it anymore, and he shattered the stone table with a slap. He said, "Han Yishui, you are going too far. Since you are being unreasonable, then let us speak with strength." There were two elders sitting at the side, and one of them quickly tried to smooth things over. He said, "Elder Han, I think we should forget about it. Isn't it just a few broken bronze weapons? There's nothing to study. Let's just return them to that child." The other elder stood on Han Yishui's side and said, "That's not right. Even though the bronze weapon is broken, it is obviously a terrifying weapon that once contained a god. Even though it is broken, if we continue to study it, we can still gain something." Han Yishui's expression was dark. He looked at Yi Fan and said, "You really want these things? Why can't I want something that belongs to me?" Yi Fan was fearless. He was also a divine bridge realm cultivator, and he didn't care about Han Yishui's terrifying expression at all. "Ha ha!" Han Yishui suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Good. You have guts. You remind me of me when I was young. Forget it, I won't make things difficult for you. Apprentice, bring all those things over and give him some jewels." Not far away, the boy responded and quickly disappeared into the depths of the valley. At this moment, Han Yishui had a smile on his face. He clasped his hands at Wu Qingfeng and apologized. "You should know my temper. When I see a numinous treasure, I always want to study it thoroughly. In any case, I won't be able to find anything, so I'll just return it to him. We've known each other for decades, so there's no need to be embarrassed." Elder Wu Qingfeng's expression softened as he sat down on a nearby stone block. A boy brought over a stone table and placed a cup of tea on it. His previous unhappiness was swept away. Not long after, a boy brought over the loud thunder bronze plaque, the ancient bronze lamp, the Sarira prayer beads, the Vajra pestle, and some clothes. At the same time, he presented some pearls and jade. "Thank you, Elder Han." Yi Fan cupped his hands. "I'll take my leave now. I'll come back another day." Elder Wu Qingfeng stood up and led Yi Fan out of the valley. The other two elders also stood up and took their leave. A young man in his late 20s walked into the pavilion and said, "Master, didn't you say that the broken bronze artifacts were extraordinary and had an extraordinary origin? Why did you return them to that mortal? Do you want me to fight Wu Qingfeng to the death?" Elder Han glanced at him, took a sip of tea and said lightly, "You said it yourself. He is just a mortal." "Master, you mean Two rays of light flashed across the young man's eyes. I understand. I'll leave this to Li Yun and Li Lin. I won't leave any traces behind. Elder Wu Qingfeng won't know. Han Shui didn't say anything. His expression was calm as he continued to drink his tea and admire the strange plants outside the pavilion. The young man bowed respectfully and left in big strides. However, not long after, the young man hurriedly returned with Li Yun and Li Lin. Master, there's something wrong with that mortal. Han Shui saw Li Yun's swollen face and Li Lin's pale face. He immediately sensed something and asked, "Did you guys fight with someone?" Li Lin and Li Yun's faces were red with shame. They simply recounted what happened not long ago. After Han Shui heard this, he jumped to his feet and said through gritted teeth, "He killed my grandson." Killed by him. The three people beside him all had shocked expressions. I've already grasped some of the situation. The only thing I don't understand is that Yu was together with several Life Spring Realm cultivators. This person is just a mortal and doesn't have the ability to kill them. Han Shui slammed the stone table, his face as dark as water. Now I understand, it's him. It must be him. The young man next to him shouted, "I'm going to avenge Feiyu." Li Yun and Li Lin were shocked. They never would have thought that the death of Han Feiyu and 4 Life Spring Realm cultivators was caused by Yifan. We must kill him." Han Shui's face was grim, a little frightening. This kid has hidden himself well. Li Yun felt a chill run down his spine. Li Lin was also very shocked, her face pale with lingering fear. Han Shui paced back and forth a few times before he stopped and said to the young man, "Go get your first senior brother and the others. There's no need to hold back. As long as that brat leaves the Spirit Ruins paradise, kill him immediately." "Do we need to get my senior brother to kill him? I'll bring a few people and that's enough to kill him." Elder Han looked at him coldly. "This kid killed a Life Spring Realm cultivator a year ago. You haven't broken through to the Divine Bridge Realm after all. Without your senior brother, I won't be able to rest easy." Is he really that scary? I also hope that he's just a mortal, but the truth is that he's not simple. If not for his young age, I would even suspect that he has broken through to the Divine Bridge Realm. Hearing this, the three people beside him all sucked in a breath of cold air. Han Shui's expression was uncertain. Finally, he raised his head and said, "Get your second senior sister out as well. Don't let her go into seclusion again." "What?" The 27 or 28-year-old young man was very shocked and said, "My eldest senior brother and second senior sister are both strong practitioners of the Divine Bridge Realm. One person is enough, why would two be needed? Let her go with your senior brother. I can only be at ease with 2 Divine Bridge Realm experts. Not only that, the 10 of you will go with me this time." Han Shui's expression was dark and terrifying. Never underestimate your opponent. Even a lion uses its full strength to capture a rabbit. If you want to kill him thoroughly. Don't give him a chance to escape. All 10 of us are going. The young man was really shocked. Han Shui glanced at him. The young man hurriedly bowed and quickly left to invite his senior brother and senior sister. Han Shui swept a few glances at Li Yun and Li Lin and said indifferently, "The 2 of you should also go and broaden your horizons." The 2 of them agreed obediently. Not long after, a man in his 50s and a woman in her 40s led 8 cultivators in their 30s to the pavilion. They bowed to Han Shui and said in unison, "Greetings, Master. You already know what to do. I don't want him to live." Elder Han's killing intent was thick. In Elder Wu Qingfeng's residence, the old man persuaded, "Child, don't go yet. I will personally send you off in a few days. I'm a little worried." "You don't need to worry about me. Nothing will happen. I don't want anything to happen either." But Elder Wu Qingfeng shook his head. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. In the end, Yifan left a letter for the old man and floated away. Yifan walked out of the mountain range and took one last look behind him. He decided to leave the Yen Kingdom. Jade Lake Sacred Land, Origin Ancient Mine, Jiang family. Yifan's consciousness had already floated to that faraway land. Suddenly, 12 divine rainbows rushed over, quickly appearing in front of him, blocking his path. Li Lin, Li Yun, did you two find helpers to deal with me? Yi Fan calmly looked at the people in the sky. They don't have that much influence. A man in his 50s stared at him in the center. Yi Fan seemed to suddenly remember something. 2 rays of light shot out of his eyes and he said, Han Ishui sent you. You're not stupid. Beside him, a woman in her 40s sneered. What last words do you have? Leave them and we will send you on your way. For the sake of a few bronze weapons, he sent people to kill me. How cruel. Yi Fan's expression turned cold. It's not just about the bronzes. You killed Han Feiyu and I have to settle the score. I wanted to leave the Yen Kingdom peacefully, but it looks like I'm going to stir up a storm. Ha ha ha. Many people in the sky laughed. Who do you think you are? You're talking in your sleep even at death's door. How laughable. I really don't know why Master sent us all out. 10 experts to kill a brat, it's really... Eldest brother or second sister can kill him with 1 finger. There's no need to send so many people. Master is making a big deal out of nothing. 2 Celestial Bridge Realm Cultivators and 8 Life Spring Realm Cultivators. 10 experts coming to kill me, they really think highly of me. Speaking of this, Yi Fan looked at Li Yun and Li Lin not far away. I forgot you too. Don't say anything else. Hurry up and kill him. Who will end his life? Among the 10 disciples of Han Ishui, many were disdainful of Yi Fan. They were full of disdain and never thought of doing it themselves. 6th brother, you guys go kill him so we can go back earlier. Li Lin, Li Yun, you two go help too. The leading Celestial Bridge Realm man and woman ordered. They felt there was no need to do it themselves. Just then, Yi Fan opened his mouth. You guys should come together. Speaking of this, he slowly rose into the air. He really is not simple. Master is right. Everyone be careful. One of them reminded. The 2 Celestial Bridge Realm Cultivators still didn't care. They ordered the others to go forward and still had no intention of doing it. Yi Fan swept his gaze across the crowd and sighed. I really don't want to kill. Shameless boasting. You're about to die and you still dare to speak so arrogantly. You really don't know how the word death is written. With a faint smile, Yi Fan shook his head and advised. You guys should go back. Tell Han Ishui that since he wants to kill me so much, he might as well come personally. Why let the 10 disciples die for nothing? You! Even the 2 Celestial Bridge Realm Cultivators were enraged. Their bodies emitted powerful energy waves and they slowly pressed forward. They were about to take out their weapons and kill Yi Fan personally. Looks like you guys won't retreat no matter what. Since that's the case, I'll send all of you on your way. Yi Fan's smile didn't diminish, but his entire temperament changed. Let's kill him together. The 2 Celestial Bridge Realm Cultivators felt that something was wrong and ordered everyone to attack together. It's too late. None of you can leave. Just then, Yi Fan's divine power surged and the golden divine fire burned fiercely. His entire person was as resplendent as a golden sun. Thunder and the sound of tsunamis rang out. Yi Fan was like a god donned in golden battle armor. His black hair danced in the wind and he was surrounded by lightning. Endless divine light drowned him. Boom! Yi Fan's physical body vibrated with a powerful energy wave. He didn't take out his weapon and charged toward the 2 Celestial Bridge Realm Cultivators with his bare hands. Such a terrifying aura instantly made everyone pale with fright and they all attacked with all their might. The 2 Celestial Bridge Realm Cultivators were astonished. That man took out a blood-colored demonic blade that was bright red and glistening. It cut through the sky and exploded with endless bloody light. It was like a blood-colored river was surging and slashing toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan charged over with his bare hands. His entire body was sparkling and radiating with precious light. His flesh and blood seemed to be cast from divine iron and his speed was unbelievably fast. With a clang, he actually caught the blood-colored demonic blade with one hand and held it firmly in his hand. Then he exerted force with both hands. Clang! Bloody light shot out in all directions in the sky. He broke the weapon that the Celestial Bridge Realm Cultivator took out. His entire body was covered in golden light and he charged over in an instant. He punched out, and there seemed to be golden waves surging through the sky. Bang! His speed was too fast, and his physical body was unbelievably strong. His golden fist immediately smashed that celestial bridge realm man into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. Eldest senior brother. Everyone cried out in surprise and felt cold all over. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. No one could stop it. Yifan's powerful precious body released divine light, and the terrifying golden fist was unstoppable. He had unparalleled speed and power. Chi! That celestial bridge realm woman took out a pair of silver dragon shears. It was like two silver dragons had merged together and were attacking toward Yifan. At this moment, Yifan seemed to be surrounded by a golden ocean. His eyes were filled with golden light, and his divine power was surging. He didn't dodge at all and directly waved his golden fist to meet the attack. Boom! It was as if a golden river was surging. As he waved his fist, it surged forward. The golden fist directly smashed onto the silver dragon scissors. A terrifying sound rang out. The silver dragon scissors shattered in an instant, turning into more than 10 pieces that fell from the sky. Bang! At the same time, Yifan turned into a beam of golden light and rushed over. His golden fist completely shattered that woman, and blood splattered in all directions. Absolute shock and unparalleled combat power. Yifan was like a golden god of war as he killed 2 celestial bridge realm cultivators with his bare hands. All of this happened in an instant, and no one had time to react. Only then did the others take out their weapons and rush over, but Yifan was already standing in another part of the sky. Golden divine light enveloped his body like flames. He had taken 2 kinds of holy medicine and was reborn twice. His flesh shell was flawless and sparkling. It was comparable to divine weapons and was incomparably powerful. This time, he wanted to test how strong his flesh and blood body was. In the end, he could fight against a numinous treasure with his bare hands. This made him very satisfied. Everyone was stunned. 2 celestial bridge realm cultivators were killed by Yifan with his bare hands. How could they still have the will to fight? They were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. Immediately, they all flew away and wanted to escape. Yifan took out a purple copper mirror. Purple mist was hazy, and in an instant, the mirror's surface shone brightly like the sun in the sky. The purple divine light it emitted swept in all directions. PSSST, PSST, PSSST. Wisps of smoke came out, and corpses fell one after another. Screams were heard, and no one was able to escape. There was a huge gap between the Life Spring realm and the Celestial Bridge realm. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. 2 Celestial Bridge realm cultivators were shattered by Yifan's golden fist. Let alone them. They couldn't withstand the attack of a purple copper level. Including Li Lin and Li Yun, none of the 12 cultivators were able to escape. They were all killed. The purple copper 8 trigram mirror, refined by a cultivator who has surpassed the Nirvana realm, is indeed extraordinary. Yifan mumbled to himself. He kept the mirror, and the golden divine fire on his body disappeared quickly. His golden fist and sparkling skin turned back to its normal color. His powerful aura was completely restrained. He had once again turned into a handsome young man, like the big boy next door, looking harmless to both humans and animals. Hani Shui, you sent out the top 10 disciples. They are very powerful. If it was anyone else, they would have died. Unfortunately, they met me. Yifan mumbled to himself. Since you want to kill me, then I have nothing to hold back. Yifan didn't waste any time and rushed towards the Spirit Ruins cave. Soon, he arrived at the mountain gate and walked in. The disciples guarding the mountain gate recognized him and didn't stop him. Don't cause trouble. If I'm afraid of trouble, I wanted to leave the Yen kingdom peacefully. Hani Shui, since you want to kill me, I'll come to you today. At that moment, Hani Shui felt uneasy. He had a feeling that something was wrong. He waited for a long time, but his disciples didn't return, which made him feel anxious. At that moment, he felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be a special aura in the valley. He lifted his head and looked in front of him. In front of the pavilion, there was a young man around the age of 14. He showed his white teeth and was smiling brightly at him. You! Han Shui took a few steps back. He knew that something was wrong. The young man in front of him was not simple. He was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Where are they? Han Shui asked, unwilling to give up. Are you talking about your top 10 disciples? I've sent them on their way. You? Han Shui's veins popped out on his forehead. Yifan smiled brightly and said, I'll send you on your way to reunite with them. At that moment, Yifan's aura changed again. It was as if a golden ocean had enveloped his body. At the same time, there were countless bolts of lightning. The divine light was dazzling and a terrifying energy wave was released. Chapter 115. How dare you come here alone to kill me? How audacious! Han Shui's veins bulged on his forehead. His opponent had killed all 10 of his disciples and now dared to come back to kill him. Such decisiveness and calmness was something few could compare to. You sent your 10 disciples to kill me, so I naturally couldn't endure it. I'm here to kill you. Yifan was enveloped in a golden brilliance. His entire body was dazzling like a golden god of war in armor. Do you think you can kill me? Do you think you can leave the spirit ruins paradise alive? Han Shui's face was as dark as water. It's not difficult to kill you. I'll just brush my clothes off and leave without causing any trouble. Yifan was extremely calm. Han Shui was both shocked and furious. Not only was Yifan confident, but he was also looking down on him. He coldly said, You're already so terrifying at such a young age. If you're allowed to mature, who in the Yen territory will be able to submit to you? Today, I'll do something exterminating and strangle you in the cradle. Yifan chuckled. You want to strangle me? Stop dreaming. I know what you're planning. You're just trying to stall for time. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. You're fated to die today. Han Shui's expression changed drastically. His opponent had come to kill him alone. Such decisiveness and calmness caused a chill to rise in his heart. He immediately retreated without a fight and rushed forward in an attempt to escape. Han Shui, you disappoint me. Yifan turned into a ray of golden light and blocked Han Shui's path. Han Shui never imagined that this seemingly 14-year-old youth with a trace of immaturity on his face would be so terrifying. His speed was much faster than his own. The Grand Elder and the others will be here soon. You won't have the slightest chance. Han Shui's face was filled with killing intent. He wanted to put pressure on Yifan so that he could take advantage of the situation. Yifan revealed a radiant smile that a youth should have. He said, Han Shui, you first stalled for time and then transmitted your voice loudly. Did you really think I didn't notice? So what if you sense it? Since I dared to come and kill you, how could I be so careless? After entering the valley, I inscribed quite a few Tao markings. From the outside, it would seem that this place is completely tranquil without any abnormalities. You've wasted your efforts. You're so young. How could you possibly know the arrangement of Tao markings? I don't believe it. Han Shui's expression changed indeterminately. Speaking of which, I have to thank that ruthless younger brother of yours. Not only did he give me all the spirit medicines that he gathered with great difficulty for half his lifetime, he even left me 2 ancient beast skin books, and one of them was related to the elaboration of Tao markings. Even though I'm unable to fully comprehend it, I'm still able to copy it. My little brother disappeared for more than 3 years. You killed him? Han Shui's eyebrows shot up, and his eyes shone with a frightening light. He wanted to refine me into medicine, but unfortunately, he lost his life. Today, you 2 brothers can reunite. Little bastard, do you think you can anger me like this? You won't be able to take advantage of it. Yifan retracted his smile and said, Now, I'll send you on your way. He punched out, causing the void to tremble. All the essence energy in the surroundings was sucked dry. His golden fist was like a mountain, giving off a powerful sense of pressure. Chi. Elder Han first took out a silver ruler. It quickly enlarged, and it flickered with a pure white light. It was like a silver dragon rushing over, slamming towards Yifan's head. Dang! Yifan's golden fist heavily smashed into the silver ruler, causing a crisp, kacha sound. Silver light scattered in all directions, and the dazzling silver ruler instantly dimmed. With a pong sound, it shattered in the air. Han Yishui's pupils rapidly contracted. He simply didn't dare to believe his own eyes. His opponent had barehandedly shattered one of his powerful treasures. Was this still a fist? It was simply comparable to a divine weapon. Yifan rushed over like a gust of wind, and the golden flames rushed over like a tide. His golden fist grew larger and larger, bringing with it an incomparably tyrannical power that caused the void to tremble. Han Yishui's expression changed greatly. He had never thought that a cultivator of this level would fight with his physical body and directly face a spirit treasure. Especially this youth, he was extremely shocked. Clang! In front of him, a green light flashed, and a green shield appeared. It expanded in the wind, quickly enlarging to a height of 4 to 5 meters. It flickered with a metallic luster, appearing incomparably thick and heavy, shielding him behind it. Boom! Although the green shield was a treasure, it still couldn't stop Yifan. His golden fist seemed to have a demonic nature, possessing incomparable power. With a single punch, the 4 to 5 meter tall thick shield immediately shattered. The powerful impact was unstoppable. The golden energy was like a torrential river, and Han Yishui was immediately sent flying. A trace of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. He was filled with shock. This was merely the wind generated by the fist. If he had been truly struck, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Han Yishui retreated as if he were flying, his body erupting with light. As a weapon refiner, he didn't lack weapons at all. 9 pitch-black bone spears shot out, causing the mist to roil. They were terrifyingly black, like the 9 claws of a devil, as they charged forward. Yifan stood in his original position, swinging his golden fist. His powerful battle prowess caused the space around him to distort as he continuously clashed with the 9 jet-black bone spears, emitting a series of clanging sounds. An extremely terrifying thing happened. The black fog that filled the sky was forcefully dispersed by the golden fist, and the clear and bright universe emerged. The 9 bone spears shattered inch by inch and turned into fine powder. They drifted down with the wind and were completely smashed into pieces. Han Yishui was dumbfounded. He was completely speechless. This wasn't an ordinary cultivator. Such a tyrannical physical body was unique in the Yen territory. It was a spirit treasure that surpassed any weapon. What other treasures do you have? Take them out. Let me see the limits of your physical body. You! Han Yishui was both shocked and furious. His opponent didn't take him seriously at all, treating him like a touchstone. Violet light flashed, and a large net appeared in his hand. He quickly charged down, and within the net was a violet 8 trigrams diagram that flickered in and out of existence. This caused Yifan to frown. He sensed powerful fluctuations of divine power, and he didn't dare to be careless. Waves of divine power surged within his body. Boom! Yifan swung his fists. Golden divine flames burned around him, and his divine power was like an ocean. It was much more powerful than before, and his golden fists were unstoppable. The violet net was instantly shattered, turning into a mist of light that disappeared into the sky. Han Yishui's face was pale. This was a great blow to him. He couldn't imagine how a person's physical body could be so tyrannical. It defied common sense. Little bastard, you've really exceeded my expectations. At this moment, a shiny silver gourd appeared in Han Yishui's hand. It flickered with precious light. He took off the gourd and said, "Perhaps it's time to end this." The silver gourd flew into the air and quickly expanded until it was the size of a small mountain. The mouth of the gourd rushed downwards, and a misty aura flowed out. Its entire body blossomed with brilliance, and it was like a silver mountain lying in the sky. Yifan felt a powerful force tearing at him. His feet immediately left the ground, and he flew towards the silver gourd. It was like the eye of the sea, sucking up all the spiritual energy in the surroundings and beginning to devour tangible objects. This is a weapon that I've refined for most of my life. I don't believe that your physical body can block it. I'll suck you in and turn you into blood to avenge my disciple. Go ahead and try. Yifan suddenly sped up. His body turned into a rainbow, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the gourd's mouth. His fist intent towered into the sky, and resplendent light shone from it. His golden fist smashed the mouth of the gourd into pieces. Boom! Yifan's body sparkled like a piece of divine metal that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. It was indestructible. His golden fist erupted with divine flames that directly destroyed the silver gourd. That's impossible. Han Yishui's face was deathly pale. He couldn't accept the reality in front of him. I don't have time to waste with you. Han Yishui, I'll send you on your way. I'm an elder of the Spirit Ruin Paradise. If you kill me, you'll be hunted down endlessly. In the end, you won't be able to escape death. Yifan chuckled and imitated Han Yishui's tone. I'm just an ordinary mortal. Since you sent your 10 disciples to kill me, you'll naturally be hunted down. You won't be able to escape death. Han Yishui's expression changed. He knew that the odds were against him. This young man was too decisive to dare to kill him alone. He definitely wouldn't stop here. You have the intention to kill me, so how could I leave behind such a calamity for myself? Be a good person in your next life. As Yifan charged past, Han Yishui hurriedly took out 8 treasures. However, they couldn't stop Yifan's body. The golden fist grew larger and larger in his eyes. Bang! Han Yishui's body was torn into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere as he fell from the sky. His life ended just like that. Yifan landed on the ground, and his powerful aura gradually disappeared. His body that was flickering with a treasure slowly returned to its ordinary state, no longer glowing. He searched the valley but didn't find anything valuable. A moment later, he walked out of the valley with a harmless smile on his face as he calmly walked toward the mountain gate. Not long after leaving the Spirit Ruins grotto, Yifan felt a terrifying energy wave surging toward him from behind. This was definitely a cultivator who had surpassed the Celestial Bridge realm. He wasn't arrogant enough to fight against the Nirvana realm or the Supreme Elder who had surpassed the Nirvana realm. The difference in strength between different realms was huge and insurmountable. He left without looking back. Yifan had the unique golden bitter sea. At this moment, the tsunami in his body reached the sky and lightning interweaved. He was completely covered by the golden sea and lightning. He was dazzling and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, Yifan appeared in the Wei Kingdom, which was 5 countries away from the Yen Kingdom. It was a full 17,000 miles away, but no one chased after him. The Wei Kingdom spanned 5,000 miles from north to south and 6,000 miles from east to west. Its territory was much larger than the Yen Kingdom, but it was still a drop in the ocean when compared to the entire eastern wilderness. When he asked people where the Jade Lake Holy Land was and got the answer, Yifan felt a headache coming on. The distance was beyond his imagination. Mortals couldn't reach that area even if they walked for a few lifetimes. Cultivators would need to fly for a few years even if they rode on a rainbow. He groaned weakly and rubbed his temples as he muttered to himself, "Is this a planet? It's impossible. How can there be such a large territory? It's completely beyond common sense." If he rode on a rainbow, he wouldn't be able to cultivate at all. It would be a waste to waste a few years like this. Yifan felt that he couldn't waste it like this. He couldn't afford it. He asked around and found out that there was another method that could work, and that was to carve the most profound Tao patterns to condense the power of heaven and seize the fortune of heaven and earth to open the realm gate and cross the void. Many great sects could do this, but to cross more than half of the eastern wilderness in one go, there were only 2 sects in this area that could do it. One was the Ji family, which was 10,000 miles to the west, and the other was the Yaoguang Sacred Ground, which was 15,000 miles to the east. They had a long history and deep heritage, so they could definitely do it. Opening the space gate and crossing the void, the further the distance, the more energy would be consumed. These 2 sects wouldn't do it for a Celestial Bridge realm cultivator like him, which gave him a headache. The only good thing was that he still had time and wasn't in a hurry to get the cultivation method of the Tao Palace secret realm. Yifan planned to stay in the Wei Kingdom for a while and think of a way to cross the void. The capital of Wei was bustling with activity. People came and went, rubbing shoulders with each other. Yifan stayed in the city. Although he was in the mortal world, he persisted in his cultivation every day. Occasionally, he would go to the mountains outside the city for a walk. While cultivating every day, Yifan would think about how he could become stronger. His bones were spotlessly white like jade, comparable to the toughness of divine metal. His internal organs were flawless without the slightest trace of impurities, like divine artifacts. His body was sparkling and translucent, brilliant, and incomparably sturdy. This was a powerful advantage. Yifan was thinking about how to continue expanding this advantage. During the battle in the Spirit Ruin Grotto Heaven, the pure power of the flesh shell made him feel a primitive and wild combat power. He felt that if he could combine it with his divine arts and weapons, his strength would undoubtedly increase. I've taken the sacred medicine and have been reborn twice. My body is strong and I can continue to train. He thought of the various boxing techniques in his hometown. He had practiced some of them before, hoping to train his body with them. However, he always felt that pure combat techniques could not compete with immortal cultivators. The boundless secular world of the Wei Kingdom and the tranquility of the deep mountains formed a strong contrast. After a month, he didn't think of a way to cross the void, but he had an epiphany. He thought of Taiji. Taiji moves to give birth to yang, moves to the extreme and stillness to give birth to yin, stillness to the extreme and stillness to move. One moves and one stillness are the roots of each other. Yin and yang are separated, and the two energies interact to create all things. Yes, cultivate Taiji. He didn't want to cultivate Taiji. Instead, he wanted to follow the records in various ancient books and refer to the ancient people's understanding of Taiji to cultivate the Taiji body technique and train his flesh shell. Taiji is the evolution of Tao. If I cultivate such a body technique, it won't be a pure combat technique anymore. It will be comparable to the various mysterious techniques of cultivators. Although he had read many ancient books about Taiji and understood its deep meaning, it would undoubtedly be an extremely long and difficult process to materialize it into a body technique. If I succeed, it might not be any worse than the various mysterious ancient books. After all, this is the crystallization of ancient China's wisdom. Yifan didn't want to give up on the cultivation methods of this world. On the contrary, he would cultivate more seriously. After all, this was a complete and mature cultivation system. Tempering the flesh shell was only to increase his combat power. He needed to slowly explore it, and it was destined to be an extremely long process. Chapter 116. Taiji means that before heaven and earth were divided, the qi of vitality was mixed into one, which is the absolute beginning. Tao is the logic of heaven and earth, which is the so-called Taiji. These were all recorded in the ancient books. Taiji was the evolution of Tao, the beginning of heaven and earth. From nothingness to existence, the transformation of all things, this was Taiji. One of the most mysterious ancient scriptures in ancient China, the Book of Changes, had a description of Taiji. He has Taiji, beginning to give birth to yin and yang. In the mountains outside of the capital of Wei, in front of a small lake that was as clear as a sapphire, Yifan moved from stillness to stillness. One moment he was like a pine tree, the next he was like soft water. He slowly stretched his body, using his flesh shell to embody the formless Tao rhythm. Yifan was not a god, so he could not create a body technique to train his flesh shell in one go. He could only slowly explore. His body was like thunder when it was fierce, and like a gentle breeze when it was relaxed. There was a natural charm to it. After half a month, he experienced the difficulty. Sometimes it was not enough to just have ideas, the key was to succeed. At this stage, training his flesh shell was destined to be a supplement. He was just a cultivator in the celestial bridge realm, so he could not create a shocking body technique so quickly. Everything had to be explored slowly. Now, the real focus should still be on cultivating the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, and other secret realms. These supreme Tao secret techniques had been passed down for countless years, and after the baptism of time, they were truly mature and perfect cultivation systems. I will cultivate the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, and other secret realms internally, and cultivate a powerful body technique externally. The two complement each other, and I will have divine arts and primitive combat power. Yifan was filled with anticipation. He wanted to become stronger. I believe that the crystallization of the wisdom of ancient China will definitely be able to collide with the supreme Tao of this world and create dazzling sparks. Yifan had been in Wei for almost 2 months. Other than cultivating, he had been thinking about how to cross the void, but he could not come up with any good ideas. He had not broken through the sea of reincarnation's secret realm, so his understanding of Tao patterns was limited. He could not condense the power of heaven, open the domain gate, and cross the void. After thinking about it, he could only rely on those major powers. In the capital of Wei, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Yifan accidentally saw a familiar figure. He wore a Taoist robe and a purple gold crown, but he did not look like a monk at all. He had a big belly and a ruddy face. It was the heartless Taoist, Duanda. This damned fatty's life is really tough. The demon emperor's tomb is filled with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. He was forced into the Yin tomb by 5 great figures, but he actually didn't die. Yifan felt that the fat Taoist priest was not simple at all. He was not as kind as he looked on the surface. He should be a ruthless fellow, so he did not dare to approach him. Now, his divine sense was incomparably powerful. His spiritual energy condensed into a small golden lake, turning into a tangible substance. It condensed between his brows and followed from afar, not worrying about being discovered. The heartless Taoist went to a restaurant and ate the meat and drank the wine in big bowls. He did not have any taboos and did not look like a monk at all. An hour later, he finally left the capital of Wei. Reeking of alcohol, he staggered towards the mountains. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, this damned fatty went straight into the mountains. What is he trying to do? Yifan was puzzled and followed from afar. At the same time, he was somewhat apprehensive. Even with his condensed divine sense, he still felt that Duanda was unfathomable. The heartless Taoist's speed was very fast. He crossed the mountain ridges and was not much slower than flying. Not long after, he arrived in front of a mountain gate. Yifan knew that this was a small sect in the Wei country. It was even inferior to the spirit ruins grotto heaven. Duanda made many turns and went deep inside. Yifan did not dare to follow and waited quietly outside. After a quarter of an hour, the fat Taoist slipped out with a red face and swaggered away. Not long after, shouts came from the sect. It was clamorous, and Yifan could vaguely hear that the sect seemed to have lost something valuable. This damned fatty is really heartless. Yifan quickly flew away. The cultivators who rushed out of the sect were flying in all directions. If he was blocked, he would not be able to explain himself. Where do you think you're going? An old man actually found him. Damned fatty. I'm cursing your ancestors. Don't tell me you're doing this on purpose. Are you trying to make me a scapegoat? Yifan was bewildered and disappeared into the mountains in the blink of an eye. An hour later, he caught the traces of the heartless Taoist again. He suspected that Duanda might have already sensed that someone was following him. However, the heartless Taoist did not look back. He seemed to be unaware of it. He hiccuped and muttered to himself, "The Wei country's cultivators' gathering is worth watching. I wonder if I can see some heavenly treasures. So this damned fatty wants to participate in some gathering." Duanda flew for more than 500 miles and landed in a mountain. Clouds and mist surged in front of him. There were many cultivators riding on rainbows and entered the valley in front of him. This was a sect. There was a blue stone in front of the mountain gate with the 2 words, "Mystic Essence," carved on it. No one stopped them and they could enter at will. Many cultivators rushed over from all directions. The mountains inside were beautiful and there were palaces and pavilions. There were waterfalls and flowing springs. It was a very auspicious Pure Land and many cultivators had already arrived. Yifan followed behind Duanda and found that this guy was indeed not an ordinary person. He took an unusual path and came to the back mountain of the sect while no one was looking. Peach blossoms were blooming in front of him. The entire mountain was covered with peach blossoms as if there was a pink veil covering the mountain. The fragrance of the flowers assailed his nostrils. Duanda stopped in front of him and lay on a 1,000-year-old peach tree. His eyes were straight and his saliva was almost flowing out. He looked like he was in an unbearable state. Yifan saw his behavior from afar and secretly despised him. He did not know what heavenly treasures this damned fatty had found. "Who's there?" At this moment, a woman's delicate voice was heard. Yifan looked again and found that Duanda had disappeared in the blink of an eye. He felt that something was wrong and immediately ran away. However, the surrounding peach blossom forest suddenly began to spin and pink flowers danced in the sky like a sparkling rain. He could not retreat and could not find a way back. Yifan dashed left and right and found that he could not escape. Instead, he entered the depths of the back mountain and appeared where Duanda was just now. Only now did he know what Duanda had seen. In front of him, there were falling petals and a rain of flowers. There was a clear lake in the peach blossom forest, and on the shore were 1,000-year-old peach trees with brightly colored dresses hanging from them. The peach blossoms danced and the whole lake was covered in pink. The sparkling rain of flowers enshrouded the area and waves of fragrance drifted over. It was extremely beautiful and beautiful like a fairyland. Of course, this was not the most important thing. What shocked Yifan the most was that there were more than 10 beautiful girls bathing in the lake. Their black hair was like a waterfall and their arms were like frost and snow. Their jade-like bodies flickered with a bewitching luster. Compared to the sky full of flowers, they were even more attractive. "Damned fatty! I'm dead because of you," Yifan cursed inwardly. He knew that the heartless Taoist had most likely discovered him and deliberately lured him here to take the blame. He could not escape even if he wanted to. The peach blossom forest was filled with falling petals and all the petals flickered with multicolored light. This place was clearly engraved with Tao patterns that condensed the strange power of the mountains and rivers. It had already formed a world of its own and cut off the path. A bell-like laughter came from the peach blossom forest. Several girls wearing light muslin walked over gracefully like hibiscus out of the water. Their jade-like arms were exposed and their slender legs could not be concealed by the light muslin. They were like suet white jade and were incomparably moving. The surrounding rain of flowers swirled about. Their lithe bodies were beautiful and the muslin clothes could not cover their bodies. Their skin was sparkling and full of luster, possessing an incomparable allure. Yifan could not escape and thought that this group of girls would kill him. He did not expect that they did not reveal any killing intent and instead leisurely walked over. Any normal man would feel his blood boil at the sight of such a scene. However, Yifan shivered inwardly. This was definitely not a group of normal women. Otherwise, how could they be so daring as to walk over with sweet smiles without a care in the world? "Duanda, wicked Taoist, get the hell out here," he shouted towards the surroundings. Waves of light laughter came over. Several girls walked over confidently with jade-like skin that was stained with water droplets. They were especially sparkling and translucent, and their clothes could not cover their wonderful bodies. "Little brother, you are quite daring. You actually dared to enter my sex-important place and peep on us bathing." A slender and elegant girl in the middle gathered her dripping black hair. She had a faint smile on her face as she looked at Yifan, making him feel as if a spring breeze was caressing his face. "It's all a misunderstanding. I was tricked by a damned fatty. He framed me and made me a scapegoat. Just now, it was clearly him who was peeping. It has nothing to do with me." Yifan cursed the female relatives of the wicked Taoist in his heart. This damned fatty was too wicked. In that clear and bright little lake, all of the girls walked onto the shore. All of them only used a piece of white muslin to cover their bodies. Their graceful and bewitching bodies were faintly discernible and could not be hidden at all. They were extremely alluring. Their twin peaks were tall and their arms were like jade. Their waists were slender, and their flawless legs were straight and slender. They gracefully moved their jade-like feet, creating a charming scene. The surrounding rain of flowers swirled about. These bold girls were definitely not ordinary people. The leader was a beautiful girl in her 20s. Her red lips were moist and her pearly white teeth were like jade. Her smile was extremely charming, and her black hair scattered over her snow-white chest. Her voice carried a magnetism and was extremely pleasing to the ears as she said, "It doesn't matter if you were framed or not. Since you have already come here, it can also be considered an opportunity." "I don't need an opportunity. Fellow fairies, please let me go. It really has nothing to do with me." The leading girl had a red mole in the center of her forehead, giving her an unconventional and alluring temperament. Her jade-like body was slender as she gracefully walked forward. She stretched out her slender jade-like hand and pointed at Yifan. Yifan wanted to dodge, but he discovered that the other party's movements were faster than his, and he couldn't dodge at all. He was overwhelmed with shock. These were definitely experts, and this group of alluring women most likely had great backgrounds. That slender jade-like hand pinched his cheek and said, "I can feel that this flesh shell is not ordinary. Its blood and chi are surging like a torrential river. It is definitely not an ordinary body." Yifan's heart trembled, but he still smiled and said, "Fellow fairies, even a normal man would feel his blood boiling at this moment. It is not because my physique is special. Can you guys stand a bit further away or else my lifespan will be shortened?" This girl's body emitted waves of fragrance. She faintly smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, we won't kill you. Fellow fairies, are you satisfied with this treasured body?" Right at this moment, the unscrupulous Taoist Duanda's voice came from the peach blossom forest. He walked out with a ruddy face. "Unscrupulous Taoist, you tricked me." Yifan stared at Duanda. "Brat, you still have the face to say that I tricked you." Duanda's expression was unkind. At this point, he became very agitated and said, "3 years ago, in front of the Demon Emperor's tomb, you tricked me miserably. This Tao grandpa narrowly escaped death, and it was all thanks to you, little brat. Your grandpa 3 years ago you stole 3 spiritual weapons from me, and in the end you say that I tricked you. You really deserve to be struck by lightning. 3 spiritual weapons are nothing. Where is that piece of scrap copper? This Tao grandpa killed 9 times in the Demon Emperor's tomb and almost lost my life there. In the end, I didn't even see a strand of the green copper. Brat, you tricked me to death." The more the fat Taoist spoke, the more agitated he became. He looked like he wanted to skin him alive. "Tao Elder Duan, I am very satisfied with this treasured body." Right at this moment, the 20-year-old girl at the side laughed lightly. She was very beautiful and moving, emitting an irresistible charm. "Since you are satisfied, then give me a drop of essence blood left behind by the Demon Emperor." The fat Taoist's eyes flickered with a strange brilliance as he said, "I believe that you demons keep your words and won't go back on your words." Yifan was shocked. This group of girls was actually a group of demons, and he thought of the heart of the Demon Emperor from the Demon Emperor's essence blood. He groaned helplessly before glaring at the fat Taoist and said, "Damn fatty, you dare to trick me?" The unscrupulous Taoist glanced at him and said angrily, "Brat, don't mention the word trick in front of me. 3 years ago you tricked my life. Today I merely tricked your body." "You're good." Yifan really wanted to leave a shoe print on his fat face. Chapter 117. What does it have to do with me that you can't get the green copper? It means that you are not strong enough and someone got it before you. Yifan stared at him and said, "Priest, you don't thank me but treat me like this in the end. Brat, you're really stubborn. I was the first to rush to the demon god tomb, and I didn't even see a shadow. How could someone else get there before me? You're still trying to fool me. I really want to slap you to death." At this point, he revealed an astonished expression and said, "To actually reach the celestial bridge realm in such a short period of time, it's really inconceivable. It's not much different from me back then." The fat Taoist circled around him twice and said, "Could it be because of the green copper piece? Can't you sense whether I have the green copper on me or not?" Yifan said calmly, "You are such a bastard. You threw the jade pendant I gave you in the deep mountains and made me look for you everywhere. I only found you today." The unscrupulous Taoist stared into his eyes and asked, "Where is the green copper?" Yifan immediately thought of the broken jade pendant. Not only was it missing a corner, but it was also cracked like a broken stone. It seemed like he was right to throw it. This guy wanted to use it to follow him. Priest, since we can meet again, it is enough to prove that we are fated. I have nothing to hide and will tell you the truth. Yi Fan said with a solemn expression. That day, I did throw the green copper, but I didn't throw it in the deep pool. Of course I know it's not in the deep pool. I wanted to look for it later, but I found a crazy old man who picked it up. He was crying and laughing as if he was crazy. I couldn't catch him at all. Yi Fan directly described the image of the crazy old man. The fat Taoist immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered to himself. A year ago, someone saw an old man like this in the land of Yen. The rumors say that he might be here. He stopped and stared at Yi Fan. You brat, you are not kind at all. It's a waste for me to confide in you that day. Priest, you must speak with conscience. That day you took 3 spiritual weapons from me. Who is unkind? The unscrupulous Taoist stared at him. His eyes suddenly became empty like a bottomless abyss, dark and without a trace of light. He said in a low voice, Was it really taken by a crazy old man? What does he look like? Yi Fan felt drowsy. The old man wanted to force his way into his mind, but he wasn't afraid. His consciousness had turned into a golden lake and was no weaker than anyone else's. He didn't retaliate. Instead, the image of the crazy old man appeared in his mind and answered, Yes, it was picked up by a crazy old man. I couldn't catch up to him. When the unscrupulous Taoist saw the image of the crazy old man, his body shook violently and his eyes recovered. His face was with his expression with the person. Demon, demon, demon. Yi with. Duanda said in a low voice. A person who should not have appeared in this world appeared in the land of Yen. More or less, but I don't think it's true. So many years have passed, who would be able to recognize him? Duanda shook his head. There is no mistake. That person was a peerless master back in the day. Many of his portraits were left in this world, and I was fortunate enough to see him. Hiss! The beautiful woman with the red mole between her eyebrows took a deep breath and said, He was a peerless expert in the past. Now that 6,000 years have passed, he is still alive. Do you think he is about to become an immortal? The Taoist shook his head. Not likely. Someone saw him in a delirious state. Something must have gone wrong with his mind. How could he become an immortal like this? Immortals really exist in this world? Yi Fan asked. No one can say for sure, but it is not a problem for a peerless master to live for a few thousand years. The demon girl smiled charmingly at him, then pinched his cheek and said, Work hard. Maybe you will be able to do it in the future. You won't harm me? The seductive vixen blew a breath at him, looking very alluring. She giggled, Don't worry. Your life will not be in danger. The Taoist's eyes became empty again, but he did not give up. He stared into Yi Fan's eyes and asked, How did he find the emerald copper? Yi Fan cooperated and used his powerful psyche to construct the scene of the crazy, all picking up the emerald copper, laughing and crying, and floating away. The Taoist was dejected at this scene, as if all his energy was sucked out of him. He looked up to the sky and sighed, The famous treasure of Central Plains. I held it in my hand that day, but I threw it away like an old shoe. I didn't recognize it and missed this opportunity. I hate it. When Yi Fan heard this, he said very unkindly, Be careful next time. Duanda's face was full of regret and unwillingness. He said, Falling into that person's hands, I have no chance to ask for it. This crazy old man is still alive. This is too surprising. I wonder if the demon monarch's essence blood is ready? He looked up at the seductive vixen. Don't worry. I promise to give you a drop of the demon monarch's essence blood. I will not go back on my word. The woman smiled seductively and gently clapped her hands. In the depths of the peach forest, a beautiful woman in a colorful dress with bare arms walked out slowly with a jade plate covered by a silk handkerchief. The woman with the red mole between her eyebrows received it gracefully. She raised her wrist and uncovered the embroidered handkerchief. Immediately, a sparkling and translucent luster was revealed. A fist-sized crystal emerged and shone brilliantly on the jade plate. At the center of the crystal was a drop of bright red blood that flickered with a golden luster. It was sealed within, and it flowed with an incomparably exuberant life force. There was a faint, majestic aura of life within it. The demon monarch's essence blood. The unscrupulous Taoist was refreshed. That's right. This is the demon monarch's holy blood that you need. Although you did not find the forbidden weapon that we mentioned, the young man that you lured can be considered a treasure. It is barely enough to exchange for it. In the fist-sized crystal, the drop of blood seemed to contain endless power. When the heartless Taoist priest Duanda held it in his hand, it emitted a dazzling blood-red light, making his palm look bright red and flickering with golden threads. Yifan's heart was in turmoil and could not calm down. This drop of demon monarch's essence blood most likely came from the heart of the demon monarch. He immediately thought of Pang Bo. The normal beating of the heart that flew out of the tomb of the demon king was unbearable for the experts of the Nirvana realm or beyond. On that day, the head of the spirit ruin grotto, the supreme elder, and the others couldn't even get close to it. They could only watch it fly away and eventually fall into the hands of the demon clan. Could it be that these ladies had the heart of the demon monarch? Was it related to the perfect lady in front of the tomb? In that case, wouldn't Pang Bo be nearby? Yifan was excited. Boy, you're on your own. The heartless Taoist priest Duanda patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, Damn fatty, you really sold me here? Duanda said with a faint smile. Don't scold me now. You might even thank me in the future. What do you mean? Duanda said meaningfully. This is a blessing that others can't ask for. Kid, you should be content. If I was a few years younger, you might not have the chance. The lady with a red mole between her eyebrows smiled sweetly. She glanced at Duanda and said, If you are willing to stay, I will entertain you well. Forget it. My old arms and legs can't take it. We will meet again. Duanda left without looking back. Yifan shouted from behind, I know where the old lunatic is. However, Duanda ignored him and disappeared quickly, leaving him here completely. Wicked Taoist, just you wait. My name is Qin Yao. Little brother, don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. The lady with a red mole between her eyebrows pinched his cheek gently and smiled. Don't worry. Qin Yao? Could she be a demon transformed from a mutated bird? Yifan muttered in his heart. I would like to ask if the heart that flew out of the tomb is in your hands? Qin Yao's skin was like warm jade. Her veil fluttered, and her graceful, immortal body was faintly discernible. She smiled sweetly and said, You know quite a lot. That's right. The demon monarch's heart is indeed in our hands. Yifan was shocked and said, So you're saying that there's an extremely beautiful and almost perfect woman guarding this place? Qin Yao revealed a strange expression and said, You even know this? She is the descendant of the demon monarch and has a high status. How did you know? Yifan was very excited and said, Is there a youth of the same age as me here? Qin Yao was a little surprised. Her jet-black hair fluttered in the wind, making her jade-like skin look even fairer and more exquisite. Flower petals swirled around her, sparkling and translucent, and a sweet fragrance assailed her nostrils. However, she was more beautiful than a flower. She smiled faintly and said, You really know a lot. She did not go into details. I want to see that youth of the same age as me. Sorry, he is in seclusion. I'm afraid he can't meet you. Although Qin Yao was alluring and had a smile on her face, she refused without hesitation. I want to see the descendant of the demon monarch. Since he couldn't meet Pang Bo, Yifan had to settle for the next best thing, to see that perfect lady. Qin Yao's voice was magnetic and very pleasant. She said, Of course you can see her. I was going to send you to her. You were going to send me to her? Why? Yifan felt that something was wrong. It's a good thing for you. If you are chosen, you will be high up. You are really blessed. The surrounding ladies all laughed. They were all enchanting and had a natural charm. Their faces were like flowers. Their skin was creamy, and their necks were slender. Their arms were like jade, sparkling and full of luster. Their legs were slender and straight, and the transparent gauze couldn't cover them at all. Their waists were slim, and they were shaking with laughter. Yifan was brought to the depths of the peach blossom forest. This was the back mountain of the mystic Yuan sect. It was especially tranquil. Waves of holy aura pervaded the air. There were some beautiful ladies leading the way. After passing through a canyon, they arrived in front of a jade-green mountain range. Specks of holy light rippled over. All the plants were like jade carvings, flickering with a strange radiance. This place was different from the others. Right in front of them, there was a mountain overflowing with colorful lights. That place was filled with mist and multicolored lights. A pavilion was suspended high above, and in the pavilion there was a flawless lady standing there. Her eyes were like water, and the mist was hazy as she looked down. Her skin was like ice and bones were like jade without a single flaw. Her body was straight and elegant like the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and her black hair danced in the wind. She was like a goddess of the moon that had descended to the mortal world. Chapter 118. The vegetation on the mountain was lush with green mist. The whole mountain was overflowing with brilliant colors as if it was carved out of jade. Mist surged and the atmosphere was ethereal. 3 years had passed, and this mysterious woman had become even more elegant and otherworldly. She was as beautiful as a fairy, as if she would ride the wind and ascend to the 9 heavens palace at any time. She stood in the pavilion, her white clothes fluttering in the wind. Her black hair danced in the wind, and her eyes were like water. They seemed to be covered in mist, giving people a dreamy feeling. She looked down and revealed a strange expression the moment she saw Yifan. "It's you?" Qin Yao and the other sexy and enchanting women with soft bodies and enchanting smiles all bowed to greet the woman on the mountain. Yifan had to admit that this woman was truly beautiful and flawless. He could not find a single flaw on her. She was almost perfect. Among all the women he knew, only the heavenly jade saintess he met in the ancient desolate forbidden land could compare to her. "It's me, we meet again." Qin Yao and the others were surprised after hearing this. They didn't expect the two to know each other. They couldn't help but size up Yifan, and then looked at the mysterious woman on the mountain. "Your Highness, this young man was sent here by Taoist Duan. Just as he said, he has a precious body and is a rare sacred weapon." Qin Yao reported to the perfect woman. Yifan was astonished. From this form of address, this perfect woman was indeed the descendant of the demon emperor. At the same time, he was a bit sensitive to the term sacred weapon, and felt that it was a bit strange. What do you mean?" Qin Yao's figure was tall and slender, her curves indistinct. The red mole between her eyebrows emitted a bit of light. Her eyes wandered and her smile was sweet. "Don't worry. For you, once you are chosen, there will be great benefits." The flawless woman on the pavilion was as fresh as snow on a flowering tree. Her jade body was graceful, her skin was sparkling, and her appearance was peerless. Her voice was as pleasant as the sounds of nature. "How could it be him? I also didn't think we would meet under such circumstances. Please tell me where Pangbo is and how he is doing. Please allow me to meet him." Below the mountain, more than 10 demon women revealed strange expressions. They didn't understand why Yifan knew Pangbo and wanted to meet him. "I'm afraid it won't be as you wish." The perfect woman's voice was very gentle. "Why?" "He's in seclusion and won't be able to come out for 2 years. There was a hidden worry in Yifan's heart as he loudly asked, "What I'm really worried about is his safety. Please tell me, is he still the same Pangbo?" The woman on the pavilion was like a fairy from the 9th heaven. Her hair and sleeves fluttered in the wind. She was a beauty that captivated even the birds and beasts, and outshone the moon and the flowers. She didn't say anything, and her expression was calm. She nodded, and then shook her head. "What do you mean?" Yifan felt uneasy. Beside him was the seductress Qin Yao, who had a red mole between her eyebrows. Her lips were bright red, and her teeth were like jade. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, and her smile was sexy. She said, "You don't have to worry. There are some things that His Highness can't directly answer you. But don't worry, Demons also have a Tao. We will never harm people for no reason. In the future, you will definitely see your friend. My intuition tells me that what you said isn't completely true. Yifan stared at Qin Yao and said, please tell me, what happened to Pang Bo? Right now, no one can say for sure. Everything can only be known after he comes out of seclusion. At this point, Qin Yao bowed to the flawless woman and said, Your Highness, this physical body is extremely powerful. It can be called a treasure body, and it is very suitable to be used as a holy artifact. On the mountain, sparkling and translucent flower petals fluttered in the air, and a sweet fragrance wafted through the air. The perfect woman was bathed in a rain of flower petals. She frowned slightly and said, Why is it him? Is he not suitable? Qin Yao didn't understand. His blood energy is vigorous, and his vitality is strong. He can indeed temporarily be used as a holy artifact. However, if that person in seclusion senses it, I'm afraid his mind will not be at ease, and something unforeseen will happen. What was the use of a holy artifact? Yifan didn't understand, and his heart was filled with doubt. The woman standing on the pavilion had a picturesque appearance. She glanced at Yifan and said, You guys take him away first. Several seductresses that could make one's heart sway faintly smiled as they walked over, and they took Yifan out of the valley. Qin Yao did not leave. Her red lips moved slightly as she asked, Your Highness, aren't you overthinking this? There are some things that you don't know. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be very severe. If we do not consider other factors, what does your Highness think of this treasure body? Qin Yao asked. Naturally, it is powerful enough. It is indeed the best choice. On the mountain, the white-clad woman's figure was like a jade tree, and her eyes were like autumn water. She said softly, That person in seclusion once said that this youth called Yifan and Pang Bo had both consumed sage medicines. If a fiend king obtained their blood shells, they would have a high chance of advancing to martial emperor in the future. In the distance, Yifan's heart trembled. Although he was very far away, his spiritual sense was very powerful, and he could hear these words. These two are. Qin Yao revealed an expression of shock. No wonder that mysterious Taoist Duan said that this child's talent is extraordinary, and his physical body is unbelievably strong. So there is a reason for this. Following that, she revealed an expression of joy and said, Isn't this good? That person in seclusion chose a flesh shell, and this one can be used as a sage tool. Yifan, who had already walked out of the valley, was shocked. He felt that Pang Bo's situation was worrisome, and it was hard to predict whether he would survive. The perfect woman on the mountain shook her head and said, Even that person in seclusion is not sure if he can extend his life. It is hard to say who will succeed in the future. As for this youth called Yifan, his body is not ordinary. If he is used as a sage tool, it is hard to predict what will happen. That person in seclusion once said that he seems to be from the primordial era. This was the last thing Yifan heard. He was brought away from this place and entered a valley. There was a peach forest here, and many of them were 10,000-year-old ancient trees. A dark green pond was in the middle of the forest, and there were a few thatched cottages beside it. It was very natural and harmonious. This was Yifan's temporary residence. Until the 5th day, the perfect and flawless woman appeared again. Her real name was actually Yen Ruyu, which was another name for extreme beauty. If other people used this name, Yifan would definitely not think much of it. However, this woman had limpid eyes and divine jade bones. She seemed to have walked out from a poetic painting and did not look like a real person at all. Thus, she was worthy of this name. Qin Yao followed beside her, and there were also 2 old women. They floated to the front of the pond and carefully examined Yifan's body in the thatched cottage. All of them revealed strange expressions. He can be used as a sage tool, one of the old women said. After the 3 of them left, Qin Yao stayed behind. The surrounding peach blossoms were blooming, and it was a patch of pink. However, she was more beautiful than the flowers. She smiled softly and said, You must have a lot of questions in your heart. Don't worry, we will not harm you. On the contrary, your great opportunity has arrived. Yifan asked in a deep voice, "What exactly do you want to do?" "You have seen the heart of the demon god. How do you feel?" "Very scary." This was the truth. Even the Nirvana realm experts or those who surpassed the Nirvana realm could not get close to the beating heart. They would vomit blood from the shock of the pulse. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the divine power it contained. "It's good that you know." Qin Yao glanced at him charmingly and giggled. She pinched his cheek and said, "A great opportunity will fall on your head. If you are successful in the future, don't forget me." "What's going on?" "Using your body as a sage tool to nourish the heart of the demon god and maintain its vitality. At the same time, it will nourish your body. Don't you think this is a great opportunity?" This? Yifan was very shocked. He never thought that his body would be used as a tool to nourish the heart of the demon god. "You don't have to worry about anything. The sacred heart of the demon god has already been sealed. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand it. Now, it will only be beneficial to your body and will not harm it." Speaking of this, Qin Yao gently blew into his ear and said with a sweet smile, "If you can really nurture this saint's heart, our princess is destined to devote herself to you in the future. This is the dream of countless men in the Eastern Barren Territory." "I don't want to be the so-called sage tool." Yifan did not want to accept unknown arrangements. How many people dream of obtaining this opportunity? But you. Qin Yao lightly tapped his forehead and said, "That saint heart is enough to let you be reborn once again. If it weren't for the fact that people with this kind of physique are hard to find, do you think this kind of opportunity would fall on your head? In the future, Her Highness will use this sacred heart to cultivate a supreme demonic technique and will marry you as your wife. With such a beauty by your side, what else are you dissatisfied with?" Using his body to nourish the demon god's sacred heart and marrying that flawless woman as his wife made Yifan feel as though he was in a dream. "Having a beauty by my side is more than what I want. However, I will politely decline the offer of that sacred heart. Please find someone else." "You really dare to speak? Who do you think Her Highness is? She will be by your side for no reason. In your dreams." Qin Yao rolled her eyes at him and pinched his cheek with her slender fingers. She said, "Your fortune is here, yet you are still rejecting it. I really don't know what to say to you." No matter if Yifan accepted it or rejected it, he could not change this fact. 3 days later, the flawless woman, Yen Ruyu, Qin Yao, and a dozen old women appeared in the peach garden and restrained him in front of the thatched cottage. A divine metal that was as thick as a water jar with all types of beast diagrams engraved on it, exuding an ancient aura. It rose from the dark green pool, releasing specks of brilliance as it entered the peach forest. Yifan was tied to it. Yen Ruyu was 18 or 19 years old. She was peerless in her generation. She had exquisite facial features, a stunning appearance, and a jade-like body with hazy curves. She made people feel that she was flawless like the most perfect work of art in heaven. She stood there and looked at Yifan quietly. "Yen Ruyu, my future wife, can you?" Yifan couldn't finish his sentence. His mouth and tongue were sealed by Yen Ruyu. Waves surged up to the sky from the pond in the peach garden. 9 golden carps that were a few meters long dragged a crystal coffin to the surface. Instantly, people could feel an incomparably vigorous vitality, as though there was a vast ocean rippling. The crystal coffin was 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. It was sparkling and translucent. Under the sunlight, it emitted 7-colored divine splendor. It was very extraordinary. Inside, there was a fist-sized heart. It was bright red and glistening. It was dazzling like the scarlet jade divine marrow. It was incomparably splendid, and the powerful vitality originated from it. The demon god's sacred heart. It was sealed here. Scarlet multicolored light curled around it, and a dense mist of light filled the air. It made people's hearts palpitate. The crystal coffin was bright red in contrast. It flickered with light and was extremely dazzling. Yifan wanted to roar loudly, but he couldn't make a sound. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't move. He was tied to the divine metal and couldn't stop anything. Chapter 119. The crystal coffin was like a dream, sparkling and translucent. Inside, the sacred heart of the demon monarch was shrouded in scarlet clouds. Its brilliance shot up to the sky, overshadowing even the scorching sun. The entire peach garden was enshrouded in spiritual energy and was enveloped by a bloody, auspicious radiance. Qin Yao opened the coffin, and a vigorous life force gushed out like an ocean, making everyone feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. If such a powerful life force was always by their side, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to their cultivation. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the demon monarch was back then. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and he had fallen for so many years, but the sacred heart he left behind was still like this. It was impossible to estimate his strength. The cultivation of the great emperor is unfathomable, but he still couldn't become an immortal. It really makes one wonder if immortals really exist in this world. An old woman sighed endlessly. Yen Ruyu worshipped the crystal coffin in silence. Then, she personally took a jade plate from the hands of a female demon. She placed the heart that was glowing like a ruby on top of it and walked to the front of the divine metal pillar. Yen Ruyu. Yifan used his consciousness to transmit his voice. He wanted to say something, but at this moment, a dozen old women came forward and used their divine techniques to point at his forehead. Yifan was shocked. These old women were too terrifying. They sensed the abnormality of his consciousness and immediately sealed the golden lake between his eyebrows. He struggled with all his might, and golden light shot out from between his eyebrows, but he didn't remove the seal. Even so, the expressions of the dozen or so old women still changed. One of them said, "This child is truly extraordinary. The strength of his divine sense is unimaginable. At his age, his mental strength shouldn't be so tyrannical." The jade plate in Yen Ruyu's hand blossomed with scarlet clouds and specks of golden light. It enveloped her entire body. Her skin was like jade and incomparably holy. She quietly looked at Yifan for a long time. Then, she stretched out a slender hand and caressed his cheek. Her movement was very gentle, like a wisp of spring breeze brushing past his face. On her peerless face, her expression was a bit complicated. It was hard to tell what kind of emotions she was feeling, but she quickly calmed down. She once again became ethereal and intelligent, like a fairy from the jade pool, pure and otherworldly. "Your Highness, please step back. We are going to make our move." An old woman came forward and took the jade plate. Yen Ruyu nodded and retreated as light as the wind. Yifan really didn't want to accept such an arrangement. No one knew what would happen if something like the demon god's sacred heart was nourished in his body. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain. A dozen old women were forcibly breaking his sea of sufferings. "Don't be nervous. We won't take your heart. We'll just place the sacred heart of the great in your saint spring and nourish it with the sacred spring unique to your sacred body of the ancients." If Yifan could shout, he would definitely shout. There were too many secrets in his golden sea of bitterness. He could not let them see the light of day. As expected of the sacred body of the ancients, even with more than a dozen of us working together, we still couldn't open it. It's as hard as divine iron. This is the strongest battle physique of the human race. In the past, it was invincible. Unfortunately, it's now a crippled physique. This brat is quite impressive to be able to reach the life spring realm. I really don't know how he did it. This is also good. As long as the divine spring in his body continues to gush, it will be enough for the sacred heart to exist forever. I can't break it. The dozen old women were all extremely shocked. They were helpless. One of them turned around and said, "Your Highness, please borrow the great emperor's sacred weapon to break the sea of sufferings of the sacred body of the ancients." Yen Ruyu calmly nodded her head. Brilliant divine rays shot out in all directions from her palm. It was extremely dazzling, and it was impossible to clearly see what kind of artifact it was. The pure and holy radiance was extremely dazzling, and it even submerged her jade-like hand within. After an old woman received the ball of resplendent light, she gently stroked Yifan's sea of bitterness, causing him to almost faint. He felt that the sea of bitterness had been split open by someone, and blazing golden multicolored light rushed out. Tsunamis rose one after another, and the waves soared into the sky. God, it's the golden bitter sea. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked, not expecting this type of scene at all. A golden sea overflowed into the heavens, lightning interweaved, simply like the beginning of the world, giving birth to exuberant life force. Is this the fundamental reason why the sacred body of the ancients is unparalleled in the world? The golden bitter sea had never been seen or heard of before. Even Yen Ruyu was moved, unable to maintain her composure. Shock was written all over her beautiful face, and her beautiful eyes stared without blinking. Yifan could not move. If he could shout, he would have already greeted all of them one by one. He grimaced in pain, but he could not make a sound. The severe pain almost made him faint. According to legend, the Sea of Reincarnation had all kinds of mysterious and unfathomable phenomena, such as the moon rising from the sea, the stars shining in the sky, and the golden lotus growing in the bitter sea. Each of these phenomena would bring unparalleled power. The golden bitter sea of reincarnation itself is the most powerful phenomenon. In the future, it will most likely produce those legendary extraordinary phenomena. Unfortunately, in today's world, it is almost impossible to cultivate the sacred body of the ancients. It is already very unusual for him to be able to cultivate to the celestial bridge realm. He must have had an unimaginable encounter. The dozen old women did not dare to delay, fearing that Yifan's vitality would be greatly damaged. They sank the sacred heart of the demon monarch into the surging life spring, then hurriedly retreated and put away Yen Ruyu's sacred weapon. At this moment, the golden bitter sea became more and more extraordinary. The sea surged, thunder and lightning interweaved, giving birth to infinite life force. It closed on the spot without any abnormalities, and quickly repaired itself. Everyone was relieved, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. After experiencing the severe pain, Yifan finally calmed down. He was thinking about the words of the old women. Would the ancient sea of reincarnation have all kinds of phenomena? The moon rising from the sea, the stars shining in the sky, and the golden lotus growing in the bitter sea. It was easy to understand just by hearing the name. Even in this situation, he still yearned for it. Speaking of which, those sacred grounds and families of the clan of the ancients are indeed extraordinary. It is said that a person with a divine body was born in the Ji family. Now that he has achieved success in cultivation, the news has only spread. It is said that his sea of reincarnation has all kinds of phenomena and is extremely terrifying. I wonder which one is stronger, the divine body that is famous in the Eastern Barren Territory now, or the divine body of the past. Unfortunately, the divine body has been destroyed, and there is no way to compare it. Otherwise, it would be really exciting. The Ji family has a divine body. As long as it does not die prematurely, I am afraid it will prosper for thousands of years. No one can stop it. Yifan was shocked. The Ji family of the clan of the ancients actually gave birth to a divine body, which made him feel rather uneasy. After a full hour, Yifan finally felt normal. He had been put down and released from the shackles. Qin Yao stepped forward and smiled. As you can see, we will not hurt you. There is no need to worry at all. The heart of the demon monarch is nourished in your body, and it will only be beneficial to you. Yifan did not say anything. He sat quietly at the side and felt the changes in his body. The green bronze piece was silent like a boulder, blocking the spring eye. Those old women did not even sense it just now. The demon monarch's sacred heart was immersed in the life spring and was being nourished by the divine spring. Vigorous vitality was circulating, and its position was much better than the golden book. However, it still could not be compared to the green bronze piece. It was squeezed on top and could not get close to the spring eye at the bottom of the sea. This green bronze piece is really extraordinary. Yifan was shocked. The sacred heart of the demon monarch had to lower itself in front of it, which made people exclaim in admiration. Suddenly, Yifan felt that the heart trembled slightly. Then it started to absorb his life essence crazily. The life spring surged, and the divine spring was like a volcano eruption, gathering towards the heart. His expression suddenly changed. This was not a good sign. If the heart continued to absorb life essence like this, he would definitely be sucked dry. Bang! At this moment, the green bronze piece in the spring eye trembled, and the sea of sufferings immediately became calm. The divine spring no longer surged endlessly, and everything was fixed. That heart also quieted down and did not move at all. Hiss! Yi Fan inhaled a breath of cold air. The green bronze piece was indeed impressive. When it was fixed in the spring eye, it could completely suppress all the secret treasures in the sea of reincarnation. If it wasn't for the green bronze piece, my situation would be worrisome. They didn't even manage to completely seal this heart. After Yi Fan calmed down, he used the cauldron that he had tempered hundreds and thousands of times towards the heart that was as resplendent as a gemstone. He muttered to himself, "I wonder if I can produce a few drops of the demon monarch's sacred blood." Bang! When the cauldron touched the demon monarch's sacred heart, the bright red heart suddenly beat lightly. The whole golden sea suddenly boiled, but soon after, the green bronze piece trembled again, and everything became calm in an instant. Yi Fan's body shook as if he was struck by lightning. He realized that there was a trace of blood on the small cauldron, and it turned into endless blood light. It rushed out of the sea of sufferings and spread towards every part of his body. At this moment, his body was trembling as if it was being tempered. It emitted a dazzling brilliance, and the blood color enveloped his body. Can't be. The demon monarch's sacred heart has just sunk into his life spring, and it has already started to nourish his body. How can it be so fast? An old woman revealed a shocked expression. The others were also puzzled, and they all revealed doubtful expressions. Yi Fan believed that these people really didn't want to harm him. They thought that they sealed the sacred heart, but in fact they didn't completely subdue it. If it wasn't for the green bronze piece just now, the consequences would be unpredictable. Good, good, good. An old woman said, "Good" 3 times in a row and said, "After the demon monarch's sacred heart is nourished, it can exist forever in the world. Your Highness can cultivate the supreme demonic technique without worry." Not long after, the blood color on Yi Fan's body receded. He felt that his flesh and blood had gone through a baptism, and it was obviously stronger. He sighed to himself that the demon monarch's sacred blood was indeed extraordinary. It was just a trace of blood, and it already had such an effect. If he could absorb 1 drop, 10 drops, or even refine the entire heart, what would happen? Yen Ruoyu's expression couldn't stay calm. She looked at Yi Fan in a daze and muttered to herself, "Should I cultivate with him? This, Your Highness can decide for yourself." At this moment, Yi Fan stood up. He felt comfortable and refreshed. "You can stay here temporarily. I will arrange another place for you to stay in a few days," Yen Ruoyu said. Then, everyone walked out of the peach garden. "Fairy Yen, wait a moment." Yi Fan called out to Yen Ruoyu and walked up to her. He looked at this flawless girl without the slightest trace of awkwardness. His lips curled into a smile as he said, "You really want to marry me?" Yen Ruoyu was like a lunar fairy that descended into the world of mortals. Her immortal body was tall and slender, graceful and charming, skin flowing with sparkling luster. Her eyelashes were extremely long, her eyes deep, condensing a poetic charm, possessing the wisdom of heaven and earth. She calmly looked at Yi Fan, not saying anything. At the side, Qin Yao suddenly chuckled and said, "Hey, you put your hand in the wrong place. That's the palm of Her Highness." At the same time, Yi Fan was flung away by Yen Ruoyu as if he was riding on the clouds. He hung high on the cliff of the peach garden. Chapter 120. The nest of 10,000 dragons was located in a bottomless abyss. The ancient caves were like a beehive, interweaving and densely packed. This was a heavenly land. Legend has it that this was the nest of a true dragon. Only deities could live here. First, the ancient emperor, then vicious and now great Emperor Wuxia had their eyes on this place. "Don't act recklessly," great sage Qian Luan reminded his grandson. "Grandfather, don't worry. I know what I'm doing," Li Zhan said. His gaze was sinister and his expression cold. He was determined to get the green bronze cauldron and didn't want Yi Fan to live for too long. Oh, that demonic human has appeared again. This makes me very uneasy. If he attacks, we will most likely be in big trouble. Great sage Chen Luan frowned. This was a sore spot in his heart. During the ancient era, that battle was truly tragic. Even now, he still felt lingering fear. Humans and demonic cultivators of both extreme yin and extreme yang. If they took revenge, it would definitely be a huge problem. All kinds of formations have been activated. So what if he appears? We can use the 10,000 dragon bell to kill him, Li Zhan said. I feel uneasy. Li Zhan said. According to grandfather, this person is upright and unyielding. Even if he becomes a demon, he will kill his way to our doorstep. That will be enough for us to revive the 10,000 dragon bell and kill him. We don't need the extreme yin and extreme yang ancient scripture anymore. We can only do that. However, we should still be prepared. Our mother planet is far away in the depths of the universe. This time we obtained an ancient ship. Maybe we can use it to set off. Chen Luan said. Their mother planet was extremely far away from the Big Dipper. Their ancestors had left behind ancient coordinates that only a few people knew of. Grandfather is too worried. Perhaps. I hope I'm just worrying too much, Chen Luan said. These days he was on tenterhooks. He always had a bad premonition. Every time he held the 10,000 dragon bell, he would calm down and think that the ancient emperor weapon could sweep through everything. However, every time he let go, he would sink into an uneasy state of mind. He was worried about his gains and losses. Genre, how are you going to deal with the human saint physique? Once a person was worried, they wouldn't be at ease with anything. Li Zhan only spat out one word. Kill! The light in his eyes was cold and sinister. It was a kind of bone-deep killing intent. He had once set up a trap for Qi Yun and the others to draw out Yifan. But in the end, they all died in vain. Don't act recklessly, Chen Luan warned. Li Zhan ruthlessly said. If he doesn't come out, then I'll kill him until he does. I'll send people to kill him from the Spirit Ruins Utopia. Everyone he comes into contact with on his path will fall into a pool of blood one by one. Chen Luan's eyes immediately widened. This was definitely a calamity that involved innocent people. Killing randomly like this might incur the disgust of the human race and cause them to attack together. Don't worry, grandfather. I know what I'm doing. I'm going to kill a group of people, but I'll keep the important ones alive. I'll wait for the human race's holy body to kneel before me and beg me. Those people are just passers-by in his life. They don't have many interactions. If you kill everyone he meets on his path like this, it will incur public anger. Chen Luan was somewhat displeased. His grandson was indeed ruthless, but he was too unscrupulous. Grandfather, those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. Now that the path to immortalization is about to open, we just need to obtain the green cauldron. So what if we kill some humans? Gai Juyo is gone, and Wei Yi can't do anything alone. If we really can't do it, our people can return to the mother planet, and we'll be the only ones left to wait for the path to immortalization. Li Zhan disapproved, his eyes filled with killing intent. Chen Luan hesitated. If he obtained the green cauldron, he would indeed have the advantage on the path to immortalization. Perhaps he would be the first to enter the immortal domain before the myriad races. Grandfather, don't worry. The people I'm looking for have their consciousness sealed. Even if they are captured, they won't reveal our nest of 10,000 dragons. If we forcefully search, our immortal platforms will collapse. Swish! A cold saber light flashed, splitting the sky above the divine city. Rubble flew into the sky, and the palaces collapsed. Dozens of palaces in Miaoyu Nunnery were slashed apart. Many streaks of blood flew, and miserable screams rang out. After one slash, there were no more attacks. There were over 100 casualties. It's a pity that the girl named in Miaoyi isn't here. Otherwise, this would be a big fish. It won't be easy to find someone related to the human race's holy physique. Only a cold voice was left behind. People knew that this person acted out of hatred for Yifan. Starting from the north region, we'll kill our way south. Let's see how long he can endure. Hopefully, we can capture someone close to him. On this day, several powers in the North region were slashed, and blood flowed like rivers. It was only because they had some interactions with Yifan, and they couldn't be considered to be close friends. This caused a huge uproar and people were terrified. They didn't know which power did it. Oh, there's someone in the North region who has a close relationship with the human race's holy physique. If we can't capture him, we can only search south. On this day, saber chi crisscrossed. In the region ruled by the Jiang clan, a small restaurant that didn't look big was chopped into pieces by someone. The waiters and customers inside all turned into a mist of blood. It was a tragic sight to behold. That old geezer is actually not here. They were looking for little Ting Ting's grandfather, Uncle Jiang. These years, he had nothing to do in the Jiang clan. So he resumed his old business and opened a small restaurant. Who would bully him normally? But today, he suffered such an unexpected disaster. The waiters all died tragically and turned into meat paste. Little Ting Ting had returned from learning the lunar ancient scripture and brought Uncle Jiang away to reunite. They couldn't find the person who did it, so they slashed the restaurant into dust. That lunar physique has a close relationship with the human race's holy physique. If we capture and kill her, it will definitely provoke her anger. Heh! But she's in the Jiang clan. This colossus that once produced a great emperor is not easy to deal with. If we attack and kill her, it might cause trouble. There's no harm in giving it a try. If we succeed, the human race's holy physique will be heartbroken and jump out in anger. If we fail, we'll quickly retreat to the central region and the southern region. We'll slaughter our way to the next land dyed in blood. All right, let's give it a try. On this day, the northern region was shaken. After several human forces were massacred and corpses were left on the ground, a quiet divine island of the Jiang clan was also attacked and suffered heavy casualties. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, the Jiang clan was attacked by a powerful enemy. One of the divine islands sank and split into pieces. Dozens of people died. Jiang Tingting, who had the lunar physique, was injured. She carried her grandfather and broke out of the encirclement with great difficulty. She avoided the disaster and was almost killed. Fortunately, she had the chessboard formation pattern that Yifan had given her. The Jiang clan was furious. They reacted quickly and gave chase. Little Ting Ting's status in the Jiang clan was extremely high. With the lunar physique, she was their future hope. The divine Lord Jiang Yifei led the experts of various forces and personally chased after them. It was rumored that he had used his hidden trump card. The other party crossed the void, but they still caught up to a portion of them. The Li Fire Divine Furnace and the Eternal Universe Furnace replicas appeared and killed 2 half-saints and 3 kings. Unfortunately, these people's primordial spirits were all shattered when they searched their sea of consciousness. The northern region was in chaos. The news spread everywhere, and the people were panicking. So many people died. Even the clan of the remote antiquity was attacked. What kind of giant did this? These people are too cruel. They even chopped unarmed mortals into meat paste. Even if they wanted to force the human race's divine physique to come out, they didn't have to be so extreme. Damn it! Several places were attacked one after another. Blood was dripping everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. No one could calm down. Idiots! Why did you provoke the Jiang clan? That's a dangerous place that even I can't see through. Li Zhan received the news immediately. He looked at the people who walked out of the realm gate and lectured them with a gloomy face. This, killing mortals is a bit too much. Chen Luan frowned. If we don't do this, why would the human race's divine physique blame himself? At the same time, we can make those stupid humans blame their divine physique because it was he who brought this disaster. Li Zhan's eyes were very cold. He ordered these people to continue on their way. They would go to the central region and the spirit ruin paradise in the southern region. They would not spare even the fowls and dogs. Li Zhan's eyes were quite sinister. He could already foresee what kind of storm would occur. The human race's divine physique would definitely be at the forefront of the storm. No matter what, he would jump out and express his stance. The northern wind whistled. One old and one young stood side by side on the snowy peak. The human demon's ears twitched as he heard some words. They seem to have done some things to you. They want to kill you. Yifan couldn't help but admire the human demon. He had also cultivated clairaudience, but it couldn't compare to the human demon. The savage old man could actually penetrate the formations and enter the myriad dragon's nest. He heard the secret words and avoided Qian Luan's great sage. Afterwards, Yifan was furious. After hearing the human demon's explanation, he really wanted to turn this place upside down and flatten it. This cold-blooded ancient sage named Li Zhan didn't even let mortals go. Anyone who crossed paths with him would be killed without exception. I have no enmity with him. He only wants my cauldron, yet he created such a killing calamity. Corpses litter the fields and blood stain the land. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Today, I'll make you suffer the consequences. Yifan was furious. He took out the green cauldron and handed it to the human demon. Senior, let's not roast one dragon. This time we'll roast a whole nest of dragons. We might as well overturn the myriad dragon's nest and fill it up. The human demon stretched out his hand and held the cauldron in his palm. He weighed it in his hand. In that instant, his domineering aura was boundless as he looked disdainfully at the icy plains. Perhaps only he could activate such a terrifying divine might. Yifan strongly requested the human demon to destroy the myriad dragon's nest. He wanted to beat them until they were terrified and pay the price in blood for their sins. Senior, if we take down this nest, your scarlet gold divine chains will be enough to form a dozen or so kilometers long string of dragons. We won't be able to finish them even if we roast them for decades. Of course, these words couldn't convince the human demon. The main reason was that the old savage was used to being domineering. He had originally come to find trouble with the myriad dragon's nest. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. The damaged cauldron shrunk to the size of a fist and was held in his left palm. A sparkling white bone club appeared in his right hand. As he swung it, violent gales erupted. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Mountains and rocks flew about, and all the snowy peaks were blown away. A terrifying aura shook the entire northern region. A loud sound rang out. The old savage was extremely domineering. The white bone club in his hand smashed the ground, completely shattering it. The dragon nest tens of thousands of zhang underground was revealed. Who is it? The myriad dragon's nest was in chaos. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. Primal chaos surged violently. Someone had broken through the thick ground and attacked. This was something that had never happened since the archaic times. A dragon eater, the human demon elder replied in a low voice. Chapter 121. The blazing sun was clearly high in the sky, but the broken mountain in front of them was covered by the curtain of night. The blue sea surged, and the tides rose and fell. A bright moon hung high in the sky, giving one a feeling of emptiness. Although there were sounds of waves, there was a type of tranquil and auspicious atmosphere. Sea rising bright moon. The ancient sea of reincarnation phenomenon shocked everyone. Very few people in the current world could cultivate this. The seventh son of the Ji family, Ji Haoyue, had just formed his divine body. His first attack had shocked everyone. Legend had it that each phenomenon had a mysterious power. It was completely different from normal cultivation and was impossible to estimate. Sea rising bright moon was even more famous. Many ancient sea rising bright moon had cultivated this phenomenon. It was very famous in the Eastern Barren Territory. Yifan found it hard to calm down. This was the first time he had seen a different sea of reincarnation. He kept comparing it with his golden bitter sea. Why was there a bright moon hanging in the sky? How did it come about? He couldn't figure it out. His golden bitter sea was extraordinary, but he knew that it couldn't compete with the opponent. He hadn't figured out the power of the phenomenon yet. Yifan wasn't depressed. He had only cultivated for 3 years. It was already amazing that he could reach this level. What he needed now was time to dig out the potential of his divine body. Only after cultivating 2 or 3 secret realms can he manifest the phenomenon and use the power. This kid is indeed terrifying. An old woman from the demon race sighed and said, The Ji clan has been hiding him for many years. I'm afraid that they have been training him ever since he was born. 20 years have passed, and now that he has made some progress in his cultivation, we can imagine that his strength must be unfathomable. All the experts of the demons present knew that the Ji family must have spent a great deal of effort to nurture this person over the past 20 years. If the clan of the ancients were to go all out, no one could predict just what level Ji Haoyue, who possessed a divine body, would reach. Yifan was shocked when he heard these discussions. He hadn't formed his divine body yet and couldn't compete with the opponent. Ji Haoyue's divine body had just formed. Even the experts of the demon race were afraid of him. Leave behind the demon emperor's divine weapon and I'll let you go. Ji Haoyue was like the wind and the clouds. He stood on the broken mountain, the tides rising and falling behind him. He was very calm. Do you really think you can stop us? An old woman from the demon clan stared coldly at Ji Haoyue. I know what you are planning. You want to carve the Tao patterns, condense the heaven's power, open the domain gate, and cross the void. Ji Haoyue calmly pointed out the fiend race's plan. He said, Unfortunately, you might not know this, but this place is very strange. It is a battlefield left behind from the ancient times. It is very difficult to open a space gate. The Ji family, the old woman's face darkened. How can we let the Emperor's saint weapon fall into your hands? Even if you succeed today, aren't you afraid of the other great experts of the demons attacking the Ji family? Do you really think the Huanggu families are invincible? This is our business. You don't have to worry about it. Ji Haoyue's expression was tranquil, as if he didn't care about anything. With the bright moon above his head and the broken mountain under his feet, he looked indescribably elegant and natural. If that's the case, I want to see how strong your god body is. The old woman stepped out of the crowd, riding her cloud and flying forward. In the distance, silhouettes flashed. There were experts of the Ji family on every mountain. When the old woman arrived on her cloud, 3 elders appeared on top of the broken mountain. You guys sure are cautious. Are you afraid that the god body will die prematurely? Why did you let him come out? The old woman teased. We will not attack. We will only watch from here. The 3 elders from the Ji family said so, but they could still see their cautiousness. Ji Haoyue chuckled. His purple robe fluttered in the wind as he stepped forward, distancing himself from the 3 elders. He said to the old woman, You can attack as much as you want. Even though his opponent was very young, he had a god body. Age was not an issue that restricted his cultivation. The old woman did not dare to be careless. In her right palm, a small green mountain appeared, quickly enlarged and pressed forward. The green mountain continued to grow larger. Every inch it pressed down would cause the space to tremble. The powerful pressure even made the broken mountain shake. However, when the green mountain descended above the blue sea, it seemed to sink into a swamp. It became incomparably slow and was actually restrained. Descend, the old woman shouted. The green mountain was incomparably large, covered the sky and earth, its power ferocious. Green multicolored light rushed into the heavens, disturbing the peace of the blue sea. Ji Haoyue was extremely calm. Behind him, the tides rose and fell, great waves surging. A great wave surged over, immediately sweeping the green mountain down, sinking it into the sea and completely disappearing. This Ji family youngster did not make any movements, calm and unperturbed. Just by relying on the sea of reincarnation, he directly seized the old woman's great treasure. The expression of the old woman changed again and again. She completely lost connection with her own weapon, unable to sense it anymore. You are not my opponent. You! The old woman didn't know whether to advance or retreat. Yen Ruyu transmitted sound from behind. Hurry and retreat. The old woman decisively retreated. She knew that there was no way she was this purple-clothed male's opponent. The other party's strength was unfathomable. Since you already came, then don't leave. Ji Haoyue finally took the initiative to take action. He took steps forward, walking out of the broken mountain. He stepped on the void, and after a few steps, he caught up to the old woman. The blue sea overflowed into the heavens, immediately surrounding her. "No!" The old woman cried out loudly. At this moment, her entire body erupted with five-colored divine splendor, turning into a giant bird that was as large as a mountain. It slapped against the waves, rushing into the sky. However, the dark green sea seemed to possess a terrifying demonic power. She couldn't break free at all. The great waves surged, submerging her within. She couldn't struggle free at all. "Kill!" Two young demon race girls rushed over at the same time, wanting to save the old woman. The two of them jointly activated a great treasure. A pair of golden flood dragon scissors turned into two flood dragons, shaking their heads and wagging their tails as they rushed over. They were both over 100 meters long, spitting out clouds and mist. Golden multicolored light curled about, intersecting together. It was enough to cut through a mountain peak, truly incomparably terrifying. However, this type of powerful treasure was completely useless before Ji Haoyue. The bright moon above his head scattered down, specks of gentle radiance seeping out, immediately making the golden flood dragon's scissors' radiance dim. Then, with kacha-kacha sounds, it shattered on the spot. Hiss! Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. The power possessed by this strange phenomenon surpassed that of a great treasure. It was truly mysterious and unfathomable. The two girls wanted to retreat, but it was as if they were stuck in a swamp. They couldn't budge at all, and then their bodies lost control as they rapidly fell into the blue sea behind Ji Haoyue. Yen Ruyu ordered, "No one is allowed to take action without permission." However, it was still a bit too late. Another 5 girls flew out, each with their own weapons, and attacked Ji Haoyue. The clouds and mists surged, and the mountains trembled. The 5 spiritual treasures turned into divine rainbows, piercing through the sky. They were like bright comets striking the earth, suppressing downwards. "Everything is futile." Ji Haoyue turned around to face them. The bright moon above his head shone with silver radiance, extremely auspicious and gorgeous. Specks of holy radiance descended, and the 5 powerful spiritual treasures instantly dimmed, turning into fine powder on the spot. They simply couldn't resist at all. The 5 of them fell into the blue sea at the same time, unable to struggle any longer. Ji Haoyue took down 8 demon race experts in the blink of an eye. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. He didn't feel the slightest strain, and he was extremely calm. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the blue sea sparkled. He was like a god, and his entire body was enveloped by the holy moonlight. I'll say it again. Leave behind the demon god's sacred weapon. In your dreams. An old woman from the demon race shouted coldly. Since that's the case, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Ji Haoyue's expression gradually turned cold. He slowly walked in the void, pressing forward, and the mountains trembled slightly because of him. Several screams came from the blue sea. The heads of the 8 captured demon race experts all fell to the ground, and they fell out of the sea. No one is allowed to continue fighting. Break out of the encirclement. Yen Ruyu ordered everyone. Other than Yen Ruyu, Yi Fan was also protected by a few old women. In addition, there was a stone coffin which was also surrounded by the demon race experts. Yi Fan guessed that it was most likely Pang Bo inside, but unfortunately, he couldn't open it. Want to escape? I'm afraid it won't be easy. Ji Haoyue walked forward. At the same time, on the surrounding mountain peaks, there were many figures and they surrounded the front. Kill! At this moment, a chaotic battle broke out and everyone attacked. Ji Haoyue's steps were calm, like an exiled immortal descending to the mortal world. No one could stop him. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and as long as they were illuminated by the moonlight, they would be destroyed in body and soul. Kill! 3 old women personally attacked him, buying time for the others. Another dozen young demon race women also followed up, and each of them used their divine abilities and precious treasures to besiege Ji Haoyue. Dazzling lights soared into the sky, the mountains shook, and the earth cracked. Everyone attacked, and the place was almost boiling. There were figures everywhere, and there were battle cries everywhere. The purple-robed Ji Haoyue was still elegant and otherworldly, but he seemed to have a demonic nature. Purple light flickered in his eyes, and the bright moon above his head constantly shone in all directions. More than a dozen demon race women were all pierced, and blood splattered as their corpses fell. Although the 3 old women rushed forward, they could not resist the blue sea and were all swept in. The bright moon gently rotated, and blood splashed everywhere. 3 heads fell from the sky. The demon race also had courage. Many people's eyes were red, and they attacked him. Ji Haoyue did not even blink. His purple robe fluttered as he strode forward, and corpses fell under his feet one after another. Blood filled the air, and the bones were countless. He was like an Azura king, and no one was his opponent. Wherever his purple robe went, he was invincible. His divine body had just formed, and his name was destined to shake the eastern wasteland. Demon race experts fell one after another. Everywhere Ji Haoyue passed, corpses lay in disarray, and blood flowed endlessly. Lives fell one after another, paving a bloody path for him. No one could compete with him. Kill! Kill! Battle cries shook the sky. The Ji clan cultivators and the demon race cultivators fought one after another. Spirit treasures flew in the sky, and the surrounding mountains were all shattered. Yen Ruyu was as bright as the morning sun, and as bright as a lotus flower. She killed a bloody path and ordered people to break out of the encirclement with the stone coffin. Then, she killed her way in again to save the other demon race experts. At this time, she finally met Ji Haoyue. Haoyue, be careful of that demon emperor's sacred weapon. 2 old men silently blocked in front of Ji Haoyue and attacked Yen Ruyu at the same time. Chi, the demon emperor's sacred weapon swept across, and the mountains and rivers lost their color. The sky shook, and in Yen Ruyu's palm, divine light filled the sky. The 2 old men did not even have time to scream before they were crushed on the spot, turning into a bloody mist and dissipating between heaven and earth. The demon emperor's sacred weapon is indeed worthy of its reputation. Ji Haoyue's expression was solemn, but he was not afraid. Above his head, there was an ancient bronze mirror floating up and down, and a misty aura of primal chaos circulated. The Ji clan's ancient mirror. Not bad. In the distance, Yi Fan's heart was shaken. The opponent's divine body had just formed, and it already had such power. Strange phenomena accompanied it, and it gave him a strong impact. He longed to dig out the endless potential of the sacred body. Chapter 122. The blue sea was sparkling. The bright moon hung high in the sky. At this moment, it gently rotated. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling down towards Yen Ruyu. Ah! Many demonic cultivators in the surroundings screamed and were crushed on the spot. Even though the jade plate was overflowing with light, it was not something they could withstand. The bright moon rising from the sea was a rarely seen phenomenon in the world. Not even powerful spiritual treasures could resist it. No one could compete with it. In the chaotic battle, corpses of the demon race fell from the sky one after another. As long as they were illuminated by the moonlight, they all died. Yen Ruyu faced it head-on. She was enveloped by the brightest moonlight and naturally suffered the most powerful attack. The pure white light covered her like thin smoke. Clang! Yen Ruyu was as ethereal as a fairy. Behind her, a strange phenomenon appeared. The sea and the sky were one color. The sky was like a sapphire. The blue waves were like a mirror. Golden lotuses grew from the sea. The lotus leaves were stained with dew, full of vitality and dazzling. A cool breeze brushed past. The blue sea rippled and the golden lotuses bloomed. The rich vitality made people feel as if they had arrived at the beginning of the world. There was actually a chaotic aura. In the surroundings, many experts of the Ji family had not yet recovered. They were turned into the most basic spiritual energy by this rich vitality. They died in a daze. The sea and the sky were one color. The golden lotuses shone brightly. It was as if the world was being created. Clang, clang, clang. The silver moon sprinkled down was all caught by the golden lotuses. They emitted waves of clanging sounds. Thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors appeared. It was a magnificent scene. Yen Ruyu was like a fairy standing in the jade pool, planting golden lotuses in the sea of bitterness and rising from the sea of the bright moon were on the same level. They were the sea of reincarnation phenomena of the ancient great powers. Very few people in the present world could cultivate them. Ji Haoyue's expression changed. He walked in the void and quickly approached. He was like a flying goose, elegant and agile. The bright moon in the sky fell down and suppressed Yen Ruyu. The moonlight sprinkled down could destroy demonic experts. Now that the whole body was falling down, one could imagine how terrifying its power was. Yen Ruyu's silhouette was faint and hazy. She was elegant and otherworldly. Golden lotuses swayed behind her, overflowing with vitality. Golden flowers bloomed in the wind, emitting a refreshing fragrance. The golden lotus petals soared into the sky, sparkling and translucent. In an instant, they submerged the bright moon. The two of them were like immortals that had descended to the mortal world. Their sleeves fluttered in the wind, and they were ethereal and elegant. There were no ripples in their movements, and the scene of their duel was like a poem or a painting. However, the spectators didn't think so. Everyone quickly retreated. Even though the battlefield was calm like a cool breeze brushing against a mountain, the surroundings were already boiling, almost going berserk. The flowing hazy moonlight and the overflowing golden clouds of the lotus petals were like a tide, surging in all directions. Nothing could stop them. Many people didn't even have time to scream before they were directly turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. It was a terrifying battle. This was the unique power of the sea of reincarnation phenomenon. No ordinary cultivator could contend against it. Purple light flickered in Ji Haoyue's eyes, as if they contained a demonic nature. The blue sea behind him surged to the heavens. He struck out with true fire, and the bright moon revolved around his body as an even more terrifying divine power condensed. Yen Ruyu was otherworldly. Her skin of ice and body of jade were hidden among the golden lotuses, making her even more ethereal. A powerful vitality pervaded the air as lotus after lotus broke through the water. They were like ancient trees that extended towards the blue sky. At this moment, the vast ocean surged between the mountains. The moon fell from the blue sky, and the golden lotuses split the firmament. It was dazzling, and waves of immortal music rang out. Everyone was retreating, and a few experts of the demon race finally took the chance to break through. A moment later, at the center of the battlefield, the bright moon collapsed, the golden lotuses withered, and the vast ocean wreaked havoc. It was an incomparably terrifying scene. Rumble! No matter how fast everyone retreated, they couldn't outrun the resplendent light beam. Many people were pierced through, and under the blazing multicolored light, they fell here forever. Blood filled the air, and corpses were everywhere. At the center of the battlefield, when everything calmed down, Ji Haoyue's purple robe was torn, and a strand of Yen Ruyu's fine black hair fell down. The two of them stood facing each other. "Your Highness, leave quickly. There's no need to buy more time for us." Three old women anxiously shouted in the distance. They took out their spirit treasures and stood in front of Yen Ruyu, wanting her to retreat. Meanwhile, 5 old men of the Ji family took out their own weapons in the distant sky to support Ji Haoyue. They were nervous about the divine body of their family, as if it was a rare treasure. They couldn't allow it to be lost. "All of you, leave quickly." Yen Ruyu ordered the 3 old women to put away their spirit treasures and leave. Clang! Above Ji Haoyue's head, an ancient mirror floated up and down, emitting beams of primal chaos light. It gently trembled, and even though it was far away, it still killed the 3 experts of the demon race. The 3 of them were shattered into dust by the primal chaos and turned into a bloody mist. The ancient mirror's power was monstrous. Yen Ruyu couldn't stop it in time. Her jade-like body emitted divine light in all directions, and there was a beam of light in her palm. It was as dazzling as a rainbow-colored beam, and no one could see it clearly. PFFF. 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 Although the experts of the Ji family who came to help were enveloped by the primal chaos aura of the ancient mirror, they still couldn't escape. All of them were pierced through and died a violent death. In the distance, the 3 old men of the Ji family quietly stood in the sky. Their hair and beards were all white, and they looked sage-like. One of them said, "The Fiend Emperor's holy weapon truly lives up to its name. The inheritance of the Ji family was very long. That ancient mirror was mysterious and unfathomable. It was the weapon of the first generation of the Ji family. It had been passed down from the desolate era, and it possessed unimaginable power. The holy weapon in Yen Ruyu's hand also had a great origin. It was the weapon of the Fiend Emperor, and there was no doubt that it was terrifying. In the entire eastern wasteland, besides the ancient tower, which was a supreme treasure that existed with the world, the ancient mirror and the Fiend Emperor's holy weapon were definitely the top holy items. At first, the 2 of them didn't dare to use the ancient weapon because they were afraid. If the 2 holy weapons were to fight, it would be hard to predict what would happen. That bronze mirror was very simple, and there were mysterious patterns engraved on it. It gave people a feeling that it was natural. It interweaved into Tao and truth, and it gave birth to primal chaos. It floated up and down, making people's hearts palpitate. At this moment, the ancient mirror and Ji Haoyue's moon slowly merged into one. The 2 hung high in the sky and trembled slightly. The aura of the absolute beginning immediately spread out. It quickly enlarged, and it was filled with an ancient and majestic aura as it pressed down. Yen Ruyu was like a fairy standing in the clouds. Even though she was surrounded by the sky made of golden lotuses, she still couldn't see what the Fiend Emperor's holy weapon looked like. At this moment, her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. Her watery eyes suddenly shot out 2 blazing beams of divine light. All the golden lotuses behind her flew into the sky and merged with the Fiend Emperor's holy weapon, rushing towards the ancient mirror. There was no horrifying energy fluctuation, and there was no earth-shattering sound. Everything was as calm as water. It was like a piece of cloud drifting by, and specks of primal chaos light rippled out. It was like nothing had happened at all. After a long time, the 2 people in the center of the battlefield trembled and constantly retreated. The ancient mirror flew back and fell into the vast ocean. The golden lotuses withered and fell into the blue sea along with the Fiend Emperor's holy weapon. Without a sound, the surrounding mountains suddenly turned into ashes like melting snowflakes, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This terrifying scene shocked everyone. Everyone felt a deep chill in their hearts. If they hadn't retreated to a safe area, none of them would have survived. Yen Ruyu saw that the stone coffin and Yi Fan were no longer in the battlefield. She didn't feel much joy after breaking out of the encirclement. She sighed softly and her face was filled with helplessness because she couldn't save the others. This was all she could do. Other than Ji Haoyue's unfathomable divine body, she was most worried about the 3 transcendental elders in the sky. The 3 of them had been protecting Ji Haoyue from beginning to end, and they closely watched the battlefield. They gave her a strong sense of oppression. Yen Ruyu's flawless beauty and watery eyes swept across the besieged fiend race cultivators. Her red lips slightly opened and she said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness, there is no need to fight for us anymore. You should leave quickly." The fiend race cultivators all shouted loudly. The scene was somewhat tragic. They knew that it was difficult for them to escape death today. At this moment, everyone rushed in all directions towards the Ji clan cultivators. They crazily counterattacked, wanting to open up a path of blood for Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu's gaze swept past everyone. Without saying anything, she turned into a rainbow light and rushed towards the horizon, beginning to break out of the encirclement. However, Ji Haoyue and the 3 transcendental elders had already locked onto her. They followed her like a shadow and didn't want to let her go. Kill. This was a bloody massacre. The fiend race cultivators continuously fell from the sky. Almost all of them died in battle. Yen Ruyu was as fast as lightning. Her rainbow light tore through the sky, but she still couldn't get rid of Ji Haoyue who was behind her. As for the 3 elders, they were all Ji Haoyue's protectors. They followed closely behind him. Although they wouldn't make a move for now, they still possessed an incomparable deterrent force. At this moment, Yi Fan was already hundreds of miles away. He was protected by a few old women and safely rushed out of the encirclement. It was difficult for him to calm down. A bright moon rose from the sea, and a golden lotus grew in the sea of bitterness. They appeared one after another in the world, and their power was truly unpredictable. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to become stronger and cultivate the sacred body of the ancients. As for the ancient mirror and the sacred weapon of the demon emperor, they also shocked him greatly. According to the old women, the two of them only exerted 10% of the power of the sacred weapon, yet its power was already so great that it was undeniably terrifying. I'm really curious why you guys are protecting a young human. Even when you're breaking out of the encirclement, you didn't leave him behind. A clear and melodious voice was heard, like pearls falling on a jade plate. Right in front of him, a 17 or 18-year-old girl blocked the way with a few elders. The girl was dressed in purple and had an indescribably noble temperament. However, when she smiled, it was a different kind of charm. Her eyes were bright and sparkling, and there was a small dimple on her left cheek. She looked very charming and playful. The few old women of the fiend race frowned. Ji Haoyue was dressed in purple, and the girl was also dressed in a fluttering purple robe. It was easy to associate them together. The girl in purple was extremely beautiful. Her eyes were big, and her eyelashes were long. She looked very lively and playful, giving people a sense of quick-wittedness. Take that young man down. I want to see what's so special about him. The girl in purple giggled, and the small dimple on her left cheek appeared again. Her big eyes suddenly narrowed into a crescent shape.